stud.
Yes.
For free for this max type deal, which isn't really fair to Lamar. You could argue he could maybe gotten a deal done otherwise.
But
right.
You don't close a $100 million gap. And that's where it seems to be at between him and Baltimore. So that's the thing.
You guys back
Come on
tomorrow.
down. Come on down. Talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 11.
Watch out now.
You know how everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink, and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, hope you're having a good day. Lots of stuff going down in the NFL. Tick, tick, tick. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going to happen with the franchise tag with a couple of players that we're waiting on. Aaron Rodgers is going to talk to the Jets officially. Who's to say he hasn't already?
Right.
And we are waiting, Mike, as we were just talking with Andy and Randy, about Caleb McGarry. Now, for us, guys, the Falcons specifically, this is the only guy that you're even thinking about doing something like this with. We don't have 2 or 3 decisions like this on this team to make. But the deadline is 4 o'clock, so that's literally 2 hours from now, whether or not they decide to do it. What it will allow the Falcons to do is say, hey, we like you enough. Let's try to continue to work out a long-term deal. What's fair for both sides, and they'll continue to work until that next deadline. But if they don't, Mike, he can walk.
And we've debated, and I've always felt like anything else. You know, if you've got to sit there and think about it for more than 2 seconds, then you don't give the guy the contract. It's as simple as that. If you have to qualify it by saying he's a really good run blocker, but yeah, he's kind of like on roller skates and pass protection, why am I going to give this guy a monster contract? Especially when you think about whatever you think of him, it did take kind of, pulling the rug out from under him on the 5th year to get the most out of him. You know what I mean?
I'm laughing because that deep breath, you're like...
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I still think we had some other options in that draft, but that's another regime. So I will say this. The more I think about it, and now the more, again, there's been so much hearsay about Lamar. Now, you're the first guy in Atlanta. You're the first guy to get on it and said, Lamar Jackson, here's the move. I'm beginning to think for 2 reasons. It's funny. Of all the people in the whole wide world to talk about this with, my mother-in-law, who last time she was in town, about 2 years ago, she went to the Falcons game with us, met Algie Crumpler. Algie was blowing the horn that day, and Algie had been listening and said, hey, there's Mama Fran. She got a kick that Algie was listening to the show.
Sure.
And she goes, I love the stadium, but there's just no energy in it. That's my mother-in-law from PA, grew up, an Eagles fan. And she goes, it's a beautiful facility, everything. It just seems like the crowd really wasn't in there. Not a big, exactly. You put Lamar Jackson in a Falcons uniform, it's Georgia Dome 2002 all over again. It's the hottest ticket in town. It's a buzz. It's everything that I love and I want to see as a fan. So if they don't break us over the coals, Carl, I'm in.
So here's potentially how this could work. And if you're not getting our drift or catching our drift, Matt Lombardo, well-respected NFL insider, has said that the Ravens and Falcons discussed Lamar Jackson trade while at the Combine. And more importantly, that the Falcons' interest is real. Now, I said this to you guys, and again, I'm not bragging or stroking myself. I do this all the time as I talk to people around the league and tell you guys things and say, hey, there's a real possibility this could happen. And many times you guys, because this show is way ahead of the curve.
He's right,
You guys go, you're crazy, Dukes. So Lombardo's saying they were talking at the Combine, and if this interest is real. Now, here's how it could potentially work. Mike, if they do the non-exclusive tag, which is the lesser amount, $32 million, which means if they found a way to get a deal or not get a deal done, that's what Lamar would get, would be $32.4 million. But it allows Jackson to speak to other teams, and it gives the Ravens to match any offer. Or if Lamar leaves, it's already built in, they get 2 first-round picks as compensation. So if we were able to do a deal with Lamar, he comes to us, they lose him as compensation, they get 2 first-round picks. That's it. It's built in, and that is why this tag over the next 2 hours, if they decide to go non-exclusive, now if they go exclusive tag,
then they only get to speak to him. He can't talk to anybody else.
That's it.
And if things eventually do break down, then you've got to do a deal with them, and they can ask for everything.
And that's the difference. So if they want to control the player and where he ultimately ends up, they put the exclusive tag on him. But it also means if they don't get a deal done, they're giving him $45 million. So here's the deal with the Ravens, and this is the quandary. Mike, they've been working on this for 25 months. What makes you think that today or even in the next month that all of a sudden things are going to change? The problem, guys, and I'm hearing this from inside of both of these camps, they're dug in, Mike. He's dug in with the money, and they're dug in with what they're not going to give him.
Right.
And this is why you say, well, put the exclusive tag on him. So you're willing to pay him $45 million next year when you're willing not to really to give him a long-term deal?
But getting back to the Falcons, because, again, at the end of the day, if he's out, then that's not a Ravens problem. It becomes an Atlanta Falcons problem. If he has been dead set on guaranteed money, the likes of which Patrick Mahomes or more, and the NFL, as we said, Randy kind of signed off on it. We talked about that. I think SquidBilly brought this up a few weeks ago, that the NFLPA is pushing him to make this monster. They want to establish guaranteed contracts like the NBA and baseball. And the problem is, for football players it sucks, but for football fans it's great because the league works because of the fact that you don't have these guaranteed deals. But do you have any pause that he's missed a bunch of games, that, he's missed a couple of games the last 2 years, and he has gone a little bit sideways since that MVP season, and you're going to give him guaranteed money? That's the only rub that I had when we started this conversation.
It is a risk, Mike, but I do want to address the thing that you're talking about. And from my understanding, he's more pissed off about the fact that they're not respecting what he's already done and wanting to pay him equal value to quarterbacks who don't even make Deshaun Watson money. So, Mike, what I'm telling you is I think he'd be willing to come here for less. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about $50 million less.
No.
But what I will tell you is, out of respect for all the things that I've done, you guys don't even want to pay me. I'm willing to go somewhere else and take a little bit off the top just so that I can earn the respect that they're going to give me, the love that team's going to give me. I'm not telling you that's a guarantee, but that's what I'm hearing. And, Mike, if that's the case, that is why this deal's not going to happen. If he's that dug in to say, you've had all this time, you've had 2 years to make a deal with me, you don't respect me.
Yeah, and it's hard to imagine after you said all this water that's under the bridge, and it's been a rocky road, and it's been a lot of white water on that river. Yeah, what makes you think they're going to magically find this solution now in the next 2 hours?
You guys remember when Matt Ryan was going through his deal? It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. There was no hesitation. Deal was done. Twice.
Right.
Out of Matt's rookie deal, we knew he was the guy. Deal was on the table. It was done. Mike, you go to the Super Bowl, we come out of that, they make him the highest paid quarterback. There was no hesitation. And the point is, this has been a 2-year hesitation.
Yeah. And you look at, the Kyler Murray got his deal, Russell Wilson's deal. Now, the valuations, according to the Sports Illustrated article, were more money guaranteed than Russell, more money guaranteed than Kyler Murray, but not approaching the Deshaun Watson guaranteed money, that 230 full, which is everybody, owners are furious it has them, as we've said. It's well documented. But what do you do as the Falcons? Because we finally cleared all this cap space. If you could find a way to do this, I'd love to get a way that's creative with the money where we can address this thing we need right now, which is the trenches.
I'm with you. No, listen, here's the dilemma for us as fans. Like, I'm with Mike. This is why this is so exciting is we got a thing. Like, if this happens, we got a thing. We become a thing. We are getting the love and the coverage around the country because of it. And there's going to be an exciting vibe. Can we win with what we have if he's the quarterback? I think the answer is yes. But you still have other needs. And I don't know if you can address all of that in again, the draft, in one draft. If you told me, hey, it's going to take 2 drafts or 3 to get it done, and Lamar's still playing at a high level, okay, great. That's the thought. Guys, he's only 26. I mean, I just think when you look at this overall, it's a win, and if the Falcons are serious about getting the kind of interest that they want, that they feel like they deserve, then you do this.
Yeah, and you just hope the guy stays healthy, and you hope that maybe that Arthur Smith and what we're going to do here with a healthy Kyle Pitts, with Drake London, Tyler Algier, and maybe adding. I think we add another running back either through free agency or the draft. I mean, it's a hell of a package. If you fix the left guard in free agency or in the draft, and if you again same thing for goes. If you're not going to draft the guy, then you go ahead and find a replacement for McGarry in free agency. That's the thing. As long as I can get in the trenches, they already signed up on Lorenzo Carter. We'll talk more about that with Chuck Smith coming up next segment. But they're betting on the come. Don't know if they have the same fixation on Hargraves or a big defensive tackle like you and I do. I'd like to hope they do.
I hope so, too. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can text us. Let us know what you think. We're starting the show there, guys, because news. I mean, if it is to happen, then I don't know how you couldn't be excited about it. I just don't.
It brings you back. And again, look, the comps to Mike Vick will always be there, but it was a glorious time before the wheels came off. It was some of the most exciting football you've ever seen. Now, unfortunately, it was one good year, one bad year, one good year, two bad years. But as a fan, it was something. It was the most electric atmosphere in Atlanta sports.
We'll see. It's not up to us, by the way. Mike and I don't make those decisions. So don't be mad at us if it happens or if it doesn't happen.
But I got to be honest. I'm Arthur Blank. I like the idea of a full stadium.
So do I, Mike. I would, too. Hey, coming up, Chuck Smith's going to join us next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell. The music means Chuck Smith is here. Dr. Rush to talk with us about all things NFL. It is tag day. We're counting down to 4 o'clock. I got to read this from Big Speaker. That's his Twitter handle.
Hi. What's up, Big Speaker?
He hit us up, and he says, if the Falcons trade for Lamar Jackson, I'm selling my house in Kansas City, which is where he's at. He's a Falcon fan that lives in Kansas City. And he says, I'm moving back to the A, getting season tickets, and we'll figure everything else out from there.
We've talked so much, and we'll talk to Big Chuck Smith, and we'll get into the conversation, because Desmond Ridder, we just needed more. If he had done some crazy stuff that we were talking about on Monday, and he did a great job, no interceptions, 2 touchdowns, but you just wanted him to do something razzle-dazzle, kind of like what Jalen Hurts did that first year in Philly to really get people to buy in. And look, maybe the Falcons have no interest in Lamar Jackson, and this is a pipe dream, but it's still something that gets a lot of Falcon fans' juices flowing.
All right, Chuck, good to have you back on the show. We're talking about this because it's getting some traction. I know we've asked you about it before, but I got to ask you again, okay? Apparently the Falcons and Ravens did have some conversations at the Combine about this potential move, and today is tag day. So if they put a non-exclusive tag on him, it allows the Falcons to make a deal, and they're going to get 2 first-round picks, and we can keep it moving. If that happens, we'll see. Would you like for it to happen, Chuck? What does it do for our franchise if we were to make a deal and try to bring Lamar Jackson here?
Well, first and foremost, we've talked about you have to have a star quarterback that can do multiple things. Lamar Jackson can run the ball, and he's shown the ability to throw the ball. You got to have one of them dudes if you're going to be able to compete with the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes, maybe now even the Derek Carrs in your own division at New Orleans. So it's a quarterback-driven league. He has to be able to make plays. And absolutely, when you bring in a star like that who's proven, former MVP, it'd be a huge win for the Atlanta Falcons as well as their fans.
Chuck, we spent a lot of time on Lamar Jackson because of the interest, and we always felt he deserved to be a first-round pick going back to the limited controversy there was. Bill Polian popped off about him as he was coming out of the Combine. But the guy's an amazing talent. Why do you think it is? Is it a combination of all of the above, running back injuries, don't have the dynamic skill position players, that the numbers have gone backwards the last couple of years for him?
No, I don't think so. I just think it's a negotiation. I think from the Ravens standpoint, it's a business. And they're also looking at their long-term goals. And they're also looking at how this impacts a certain team. Because look at the Green Bay Packers. Look what Aaron Rodgers' deal has done to that team. And part of their inability to really, I think, close the deal over the years because they haven't had the money. So from the Ravens standpoint, it's a business. Now, Lamar, he's looking at Kyler Murray. He's looking at some of these other guys that haven't won MVPs. He's looking at their money, and he's saying, I'm worth it. And it's also a negotiation for him. He's trying to get the most money he can. So I think this is one of those things you see, whereas the Ravens are playing hard ball because, that's just how negotiations happen. So when you see teams like, Green Bay or let's just say Arizona or some of the teams that have paid guys astronomical money, that was easy. I just think in this day and time with players having so much power, we're used to an organization and saying, well, we're worried about the publicity. Oh, we'll go ahead and throw it all in now. I just think the fans, everybody's going goo goo gaga because, you see an organization that's kind of saying, hey, we're looking at the bigger picture. We want you, but we're trying to get you where we're comfortable because it's not just about one player. That one player is big, but we all know that you also got to have complementary pieces around him.
Chuck Smith joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. He works with the elite pass rushers in the NFL. He also works with guys in college. And Chuck, I know everybody you've told us about so far has really looked the part, at least at the Combine. All these guys you laid out and said, hey, this is a guy to watch. And I watched them. They did really well at the Combine. But with that said, who surprised you? Did somebody do better than you expected and maybe really help themselves? Because a lot of the guys you laid out and you said, hey, some of these guys will be there potentially at 8. If we're still picking there at 8, these are guys we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I'll say really the first one to me actually is Will Anderson. Will ran faster than I really thought he would. I didn't know how he would be in coverage. I thought he was fantastic. And it's hard to say a guy who's going to be he's pretty much a perennial top 3 or 4 in the draft, impressed. But I think his ability to want to also go in there and compete. It's been easy for Will to say, yeah, I'm good. I mean, he probably didn't have to do anything, in the whole process. But I was really impressed by him. And also, Atamiwa. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name, but Atamiwa from Northwestern, 3 technique. I mean, he went in there and blew it away like we haven't seen in a long time. Ran a 4.4. He was 285. He dominated the Senior Bowl, and he is skyrocketing up the boards because there's potential there. But also, I think he fits in a lot of schemes that have vertical upfield 3 techniques. I think from my standpoint, those 2 were the biggest winners from a linebacker standpoint, edge, and an interior.
I know that for guys who missed the conversation last week when everything went a little bit crazy, but talking about some of the things you saw from Georgia, do you think Jalen Carter, there's no way in Jose, regardless, unless there's something else that happens that we're not aware of in Athens, Chuck, there's no way he falls out of the top 10, is there? Because there's been some crazy projections that came out this week.
Well, I don't think so. I think that Jalen's going to go where he's been predicted to go, in my opinion, in the top, I'd say top 5. Maybe even 6. But, again, that's a high pick. And if I'm falling out of the draft and I'm falling to 5 or 6, whoa, I'm going to sit and cry. Are you kidding me? That'd be fantastic. But, no, I don't see that. Jalen, I know there are some challenges, obviously, with what's going on from a perception standpoint and possibly in some of the teams. And some might even say, hey, we don't want to deal with it. But talent outweighs anything when they know you're available. Is Jalen going to do jail time? I doubt that. Is it going to affect his ability to be ready for camp? I don't think so, and I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think that's going to affect him. I think he's going to go in the top 6, and I think he's going to, have a good day on draft night.
Chuck Smith, our guest. Chuck, we've talked to you a lot about Lorenzo Carter. Falcons make a decision to sign him to a 2-year deal. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's a smart play by the new defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, who obviously saw whatever he saw on tape saying, hey, this guy's worth, keeping. Tell us what you saw with Zoe last year, and then what do you think he can improve on? I know we still are going to trying to figure out how he's going to be used, I guess, in this defense with Ryan, but I think it's a good move for the Falcons today.
Yeah, well, I think Ryan Nielsen, I think he sees something in Lorenzo. It's scheme-driven. And one of the things that he has to have is those pieces and some complementary pieces. I'm not sure if Lorenzo stays a starter, or if he becomes like that third edge coming in, maybe behind Malone and Ebiketie. But I definitely think, again, we talk about potential with Lorenzo, and he's shown to be a player that he plays hard. He's great in the locker room, and all those things do matter. But I think that Lorenzo, in my opinion, has potential, and we've been saying that forever. But maybe this is the coach that can get it out of him. We have seen players, and I have, and you guys have too, that turn it on. And maybe it's scheme-driven. So I think Lorenzo, because he has a new coordinator, it's a fresh new start. And we don't know how he's going to be played, but I'm happy for Lorenzo. He gets to stay at home, and I think he's on a team that's ascending. Right. So we'll see how they fit him in the scheme. But I'm still high on Lorenzo, especially if he starts working on his moves now. So there's a little bit to it. But we don't know how he's going to be played from a scheme standpoint. But again, he's definitely an asset. It's just a matter if he's able to reach the potential now in this new defense.
They call him Dr. Rush. It's Chuck Smith with us, guys, on the waitfor.com hotline. I've done it a while. Big Chuck Smith, Joe. He joins us here.
Yeah.
Hey, man. So let me ask you this. Should we get off the Javon Hargrave thing, or is that a guy that if we were like a couple pieces away to get to the Super Bowl?
I want him, Mike.
He's age 30, Chuck, and what do you think about him, and would that be worth all the money he's going to command in free agency?
Javon Hargrave right now, instantly him and Grady Jarrett become one of the best in the NFL.
Boom.
Simple as that. There's no way to put it. Javon Hargrave is on that level. He's made, the last 2 Pro Bowls. He's getting double-digit sacks, which I don't know if we had a Falcon defender at defensive tackle have double-digit sacks. I don't know. Was it all the way to Travis Hall? I don't know.
Rod Coleman.
You guys, Mike, you probably.
Yeah. Rod Coleman. Yeah.
But Javon Hargrave, it would be a huge upgrade. You instantly got a guy. He's originally a run stuffer. He's a guy that absolutely shuts down the run. He can play the 3. He can play at the shade as a nose. And he's a good guy, hard worker. But if you were able to get him it would be a huge upgrade. It'd be fantastic for the Falcon fans. They would love him, and that'd be nice to see him, come to Atlanta. But I would love you put him and Grady next to each other. You show me a better pair of tackles and nose guards in the league, I'll say you can't find them.
Yeah, I agree. It's a game changer for us already, when you put those two guys there. And to be honest with you, when you look at our edge guys, right, all these guys are going to get better. Ebiketie, all these guys are young. Ogundeji, they're young guys. Yep. So you got to figure, Chuck, at least I am, that they're going to be better as they continue to grow.
Well, that's part of the maturation of the NFL when it comes to the edge. You have to learn how to win as a pass rusher, and everybody doesn't have instant success. I think Malone, Ebiketie, Ogundeji, I think he has great potential. I think this is a team that's ascending, and they're in a new scheme with a new philosophy. I like that this new D coordinator is a little more young. He's more progressive than what we saw in the past. And I'm really high on those guys. I mean, I have been, and I think they have potential to be the foundation from a Falcons defense. And the only way, again, we talk about quarterbacks and trying to find a Lamar Jackson or, hopefully Desmond Ridder becomes special at quarterback. You got to find some special pass rushers. It's cut and dry. We have to find them. They've drafted. You got to look at the personnel department, look at everything, the scouting, and hopefully they hit a home run with those three guys. But I'm really high on Malone, Ebiketie coming into this year.
It is Big Chuck Smith talking about defensive line. But Carl and I said to the listeners yesterday, there's some really good high-grade cornerbacks that are in this draft. And again, now, maybe we get a run on the quarters and quarterbacks. We could get those big edge rushers. What about corners, though, Chuck? I know the old philosophy with Dimitrov was to build from the back to front. I think I know where you're going to go with this. But building from the front to back seems to be the way other teams do it, too.
Yeah, listen, the teams that were in the dance this year that were talked about, Kansas City, dominant D-line. Philadelphia Eagles, dominant D-line. San Francisco 49ers, dominant D-line. Tampa Bay, when they won it, dominant D-line. The LA Rams, dominant D-line. So you got to have one of those quarterbacks, and you got to have it. This is a different era. The only way for us to stop those quarterbacks, the guys that we're talking about, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, the only way to do it is a good pass rush. There's not enough cover guys in the world to sit back there without a pass rush and have success versus those guys. You're going to have a defensive line and linebackers that absolutely can win games and close games down with the pass rush in the front seven.
Chuck, it's always good to talk with you, man. I'm excited to where this thing's going to go with free agency and to see how things work out. And we'll be certainly talking with you again at the end of the week to kind of chop it up and discuss all the things that have transpired. We're still waiting on some of these guys to be franchise tagged. We don't know if some of this is going to happen or not. We're going to see. Chuck, man, get us out of here.
All right, guys. Live life every day like it's 3rd and 8. I appreciate y'all guys letting me come on each and every week. It's all love.
No doubt.
Right on, Big Chuck.
All right, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Daniel Jones, by the way, no deal has been made. He is also another guy that we think that the Giants are trying to get a deal done before 4 o'clock because they still have to make a decision with the franchise tag on Saquon Barkley. When we come back, apparently he's on a plane and they're going to speak. Find out who we're talking about next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We are awaiting to see if the Falcons do anything with Caleb McGarry. The deadline's gonna come down at 4:00. This is news. The Jets' Woody Johnson is on his private plane. He's going to California to talk to Aaron Rodgers.
He of the Johnson & Johnsons.
Packers gave Aaron Rodgers permission to speak with the Jets. Johnson has jumped on a plane. Does this sound like it's going to happen?
Well, I think that Aaron Rodgers, it seems like everybody in Green Bay is over Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we heard the first, you hear a reporter who's covered the team for 3 decades go, I'm done with this guy. And then you start to hear more and more stuff coming out from the organization. And I also think they may have missed their window with him.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about 2 NFC championships, division round, no playoffs, and diminishing, let's be honest, big moments from Aaron Rodgers in some big games down the stretch, too. So let the Jets deal with it. But I think Aaron Rodgers goes to New York. He's never dealt with the scrutiny. He's never dealt with the level of scrutiny he'll get in New York City.
And it will be relentless, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and if you try to blow the New York media off, they're going to make your life a living hell. But, I mean, like Brett Favre, he was only there 1 year. He was doing good things with that team. They were in first place when he got hurt. And then eventually, he took him to the NFC Championship with the Vikings. But I thought Brett Favre, I think you could argue that Favre had more in the tank at the end than maybe Rodgers does now. I mean, it's a long way to look back.
It is. That was 2008,
right?
By the way, we're talking about when all that went down, and Favre was the savior until he wasn't. And by the way, at the end of the season, he was gone, and Mariucci was fired. So, I mean, it's kind of what happens if you go this route and it doesn't happen for you. But Woody Johnson apparently is all in, so we'll see what happens with that story. And that may not develop today, guys, but I think we're going to find out in the next couple of days what Aaron's going to do, because now you're giving him permission to speak to other teams. You're telling him, go ahead and date.
Right. See what you can make the deal. And now I don't know if Jordan Love is ready to play. Were they getting the Bex with Garoppolo as a stopgap? Some guys, I saw that today in Sporting News. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
You drafted Jordan Love. The guy should be ready to go. Like Aaron Rodgers is ready to go sit behind Brett Favre.
All right, more on what's going on with the NFL. Stay tuned. Our NFL Blitz is on the way. Garrett is in for Turtle today. Turtle, as a matter of fact, will be filling in for John Chuckery tonight after we get done, so stick around for that. Beau Morgan, executive producing. Garrett, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Mike, rinse, repeat. We have a lead. We blow a lead. We lose the game. I'm talking about our Atlanta Hawks. And last night, it was no different. The Heat came out. We had a 15-point lead and somehow blew it and found ourselves on the end of another L. I don't know what to tell you guys. Listen, and I'm not putting any of this on Quinn Snyder. He's been on the job 2 minutes. The problem is this team is this team. And I hope that he's able to figure out how he wants to move forward. But I have no ambitions whatsoever that he's going to be able to change this anytime soon, Mike.
Well, you and I spent some time yesterday's show, if you missed it, talking about, what's up with John Collins. John Collins, I think, is the odd man out in a Quinn Snyder offense. And then he goes for 17 last night, and then he disappears in the fourth quarter. Then no one gets him the ball.
You're right.
Because whether they don't trust him or what. And if you didn't see the game last night, Trey had a no-contact turnover. He coughed it up in crunch time. That's on Trey. You can't look at anyone else. But because they collapsed on Trey and DeJounte, he kicked it to DeAndre Hunter for 2 wide-open looks.
Whoa. Who?
DeAndre Hunter.
Oh!
And clang went the trolley. And then later on, he hits the big 3. But by that time, the Hay was in the barn, the game was over.
Yeah.
But, I mean, DeAndre Hunter is so damn inconsistent. John Collins disappears at times after looking like a promising night. The one guy I'm excited about is Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey, I think he's going to flourish in this system.
He looks good. Let's hear Coach Quinn Snyder talk about the team responding.
Particularly the way we started the game. We were really aggressive and defended well, and continued to do that throughout the game.
No A.J. Griffin, by the way, again. So for all the things I thought about maybe the youth being served, what do all coaches want to do, Carl? Win with the vets. So it's Bogey off the bench, and you're not seeing A.J. Griffin was a DNP again.
So wait, did Nate not give a damn? And he was like, go ahead, kid, play. Or maybe he was overused and now his legs are tired.
No, AJ Griffin's ready
and
to
he's
rock.
worn
Come on.
out.
I just don't know why Quinn Snyder's not using him. As you said, he's got to take it all in a compressed amount of time here. But I thought the one guy who was going to benefit from Snyder's hiring was AJ Griffin.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Snyder was also talking about learning how to win on the road. Now, I appreciate Quinn Snyder saying this, but we have seen this for 60 games. Mm-hmm. This is not like the season just started. For him, it has, because he's just gotten here and he's evaluating this team. And by the way, it doesn't mean the Hawks made a mistake. Right. Get him in here, let him see what's working. The offseason will address all of this. But in the meantime, we got to find a way to win. But he said, we got to find a way to win on the road.
Yeah, I think that's where, learning how to win on the road and, you got to play through those things. And I thought for the most part, we did.
Yeah, Trey and DeJounte Murray were combined 2 for 11 from 3. The team shot 30% on Saturday, 31% from 3, Carl, last night. Sadiq Bey was 3 for 5. One of the guys who was actually hitting the 3. But we don't hit the threes when we need to, and we certainly don't defend the threes. I think it was one sequence in the last 3 minutes where Tyler Hero gets literally loaded up. He could have gotten let me get an azimuth and line up this shot, Carl. And then somebody might want to get a hand in his face over there in the corner. So, again, it's the same old, same old. And then you start to wonder that 21 was an aberration. And you begin to wonder, what are we? Solomon Hill was the difference in the 21 season? I mean, it's just, I don't know what this team is, and maybe it was unrealistic for us to expect that Quinn Snyder could come in and be Superman here and fix all this stuff.
It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. NFL Franchise Tag Day today at 4 o'clock, as we mentioned. We'll find out what the Giants do with Daniel Jones. We're waiting to hear about Lamar Jackson. If you're just joining us, Lamar Jackson, rumors about the Falcons and Ravens potentially talking about a deal. That is heated up because those two teams, our team and theirs, met at the Combine. And according to Matt Lombardo, he's saying that this is real, that there is real interest there. Now, does that mean anything happens? No. But as Mike and I have been sitting in the studio, and the more we've talked about this, because, listen, we go around and around on stuff, right? When we start talking about things, sometimes I go, Mike, you're crazy. Sometimes Mike goes, Dukes, you're crazy. And then sometimes we end up on the same page. Right now, Mike and I are sitting in here going, how damn exciting would it be if this was to happen?
Look, I'm playing devil's advocate. And if you guys listen to the show over the years, that does not come natural to me. I'm always in for something wild and exciting, like getting Lamar Jackson here. I just wanted to know why things have gone the way they've gone, because the OC who left was the OC, Greg Roman, who got it, was there when he had the MVP season his second year. And then we've talked about it. Wide receivers have been terrible over there. And when the general manager says, yeah, we miss him, those wide receivers get upset. Sorry, guys, you aren't that good. You're not elite. Running backs got injured. That's not on Lamar Jackson. And then the line has been banged up at times. His biggest weapon is Mark Andrews. Well, now you'd have a Kyle Pitts, a Drake London, and whatever we're going to do in free agency or the draft for your wide receivers, and Tyler Algier.
Not
Giddy
bad.
up.
Not bad. That's better than anything he's had up there.
Bingo.
Because his running backs kept getting hurt.
I mean, Pitts got injured last year, but that's a Pro Bowl tight end who's super athletic, who's that new quasi-wide receiver tight end everybody wants.
Yeah. So we're keeping an eye out on that. As far as Lamar and the Falcons, this is what Ian Rappaport said on Pat McAfee, okay? So you've got varying reports out there, but Ian was asked about it. This is what he told Pat.
He's worth more than 2 first-round picks. He's worth a lot. And then it's like, who's the team? It would take someone unbelievably committed to Lamar Jackson. And I've looked, and I've not found that team just yet.
What?
Atlanta.
I've checked Atlanta. I would never rule out anything ever. I just don't get the sense anything is imminent there.
Okay, so maybe that's why they might do the non-exclusive, because they don't think that anybody, if just 2, you save yourself with $13 million. That's why you're saying both maybe.
Carl laid out the scenario at the beginning of the program. Again, there's the exclusive. That's where you pay him $45. The non-exclusive, where it drops down to, what, $32?
32.4.
And you get 2 first-round picks from the Falcons. And the only other option was the one that Peter King put out there, where nobody is happy and you do a 2-year deal at something like $50 million or whatever. But then again, you're going to be in the same mess 2 years from now with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, and it doesn't bode well. No. My whole thing with this is, if I haven't been willing to give you $40 million for 25 months, why am I going to use the exclusive tag and pay you $45 million for next season?
Right.
When I know in return I can get guaranteed, because it's built in this way, I can get 2 first-round picks as compensation for losing you. To me, that is the smart play for the Ravens. Now, if they do the exclusive tag, Mike, it tells me that they want to control the situation, and they feel like then if you want to come trade for him, we're going to ask for everything.
Right, there's the difference. Then you're getting raked over the coals. You got you over a barrel. So that's why I'd love the idea. Now, here's the thing, though. We're projecting because we want excitement. We want that place rocking in Mercedes-Benz. We want the atmosphere like that opening night against Green Bay, 2017, and it hasn't been the same since. So I'm just wondering, do you think, does Fontenot entertain any of the things we're talking about? I mean, I know just because you've got all the money to spend, you got to spend 89% of the cap, according to the CBA. So you got to spend nearly 90% of this money.
Yes.
But how are they even on the same wavelength that you and me and a lot of Falcon fans out there are on?
All right, so listen, if you don't franchise tag Caleb McGarry, and we don't know if they are, what you're saying, Mike, is, again, that's additional money because obviously they feel like we can go in the draft and address this.
Correct.
That's going to be additional money that you could potentially have to spend on things that you want. Here's the thing for us, guys. You have to spend on the right things. You just don't spend. And spending on the right things means what positions are you investing the money to? That is the key for Terry Fontenot. If I'm saying right now, I've got guys down the pike, and Mike and I have had this conversation, we're talking about paying some of these guys. We don't even know if they're stars yet. We don't know what they're going to be. You're not a Pro Bowl. You're not an All-Pro yet. You might be pretty good, but I don't know if I'm investing in you like that. So I need to know where this money is going. Who are you investing in? We haven't invested in anybody right now.
Right.
Grady is the only guy.
Now, if you were we're talking about Hargrave. Are you willing to give Hargrave a $75 to $100 million deal at age 30? Are you willing to give Frank Clark?
I wish he was 28.
That's the thing, because the pass rushers command more than the defensive tackles. But I'm just going to give you an example. Salary cap, we guesstimate around 72. And then you start to add it up, and all of a sudden, okay, I got, just for argument's sake, I got Hargrave and I got Frank Clark, and if I got Orlando, I got nobody. Like I said, I got no more players, I got no more money. It's all gone.
Well, that's what happens if you get Lamar Jackson, $50 million gone.
Right.
So now you got $17 to $22 million to re-sign all these holes. Good luck. Have fun with that.
Less 2 first-round picks also to build as building blocks. That's the rub. But we're just giving you both sides. Squid is lukewarm to Lamar Jackson.
No, it's not lukewarm at all. It's cold.
Cap's going up. What are you worried about?
Yeah, come on.
What is the concern?
Because
the cap is going up.
I've heard
we're going to see more money every year moving forward. We're in a good spot. Come on, let's enjoy life, Falcon fans.
That's what you said about the Matt Ryan era, too. Oh, go ahead and sign him to all that money.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I did say that.
Him.
No, I didn't. Don't put words in my mouth.
Cap's going up. Don't worry about it. I was told you can't win with paying a quarterback that much money. But now we're going to do it.
No, we paid a wide receiver that we shouldn't have paid. You pay your quarterback. You don't pay a wide receiver like that.
Now I feel like my parents are getting divorced. Now I'm leaning towards mom's side.
More coming up. NFL Blitz is on the way. By the way, Rich Eisen, wait till you hear what he had to say about the Falcons checking out these quarterbacks in the Combine. We're going to get to that. Bobby Hebert's next, though, on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, we hope you're having a great day. Countdown's on less than 60 minutes before we find out whether or not a couple of guys get tagged, including our own Caleb McGarry with the Falcons. Everybody's waiting to see what happens with Lamar Jackson. If you're just joining us, varying reports out there. As I told you guys months ago, this could be a real possibility that the Falcons have interest in Lamar. Is very real. That the Ravens and Falcons met while they were at the Combine, and we're going to see where this goes. So we're keeping an eye out, in fact, to see what tag is going to be placed on Lamar and how that may shake out. Meanwhile, a lot of you guys are responding, and we want to talk to you guys, and we will. But we got to spend some time with our guy, Bobby Hebert, because as we told you yesterday, with the Saints getting Derek Carr, it puts them in the driver's seat in this division because our team, the Carolina Panthers, and certainly the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we're all right now kind of in flux trying to figure out where our quarterback situation is going to go. Bobby, it's good to have you back on the show. What do you make of the move that is made by Mickey Loomis and the Saints to bring in Carr, and is he the right fit for this team?
Well, they had to do it to be relevant. And you look at, when you compare the AFC and the NFC, and you look just to the quarterback position. Derek Carr has those kind of skins in the wall. You might say, and, you look at, because this is a fact, he has a losing record. If you look at in his career, he's 63-79 as a starter for the Raiders. But the Saints sold with him is that, look, you're going to come here in New Orleans, you're going to play with a top 10 defense. The last 6 seasons, the Saints have had a top 10 defense. And all his career with the Raiders, they never even had a top 20 defense. Huh. Well, that's terrible. And so I think Derek Carr can make a difference, maybe 2, 3, at most maybe 4 more wins. So instead of being 7-10, you're a 10-7 type team, and you're in the postseason, and you're getting the double-digit win. So I think everyone's optimistic. And just look at the skids on the wall. That's why Atlanta has to do something. Carolina has to do something. Now, I don't know if Tampa Bay's going to tank it or they're going to go with Kyle Trask. How can they go with Kyle Trask? He has 23 yards passing his NFL career. And I'm looking at even like Atlanta, Desmond Ridder, 708 yards passing. He played against the Saints when he had 100 yards throwing. Right. That game, now he can't get better. But to keep pace right now where the Saints are at and the NFC South being wide open, because it is the NFC doubt. It reminds me old school, just a few years ago, the NFC East, which is the NFC least. So you can't turn around things quickly. But look, like Sam Darnold, he's thrown for right under 12,000 yards. But Derek Carr, he's thrown for over 35,000 yards. So a lot of skins on the wall. He's only missed like 3 games. He's healthy. And I think by this happening, they might be able to work out something with Michael Thomas and keep him. Michael Thomas was putting out there. He goes, "Thank you, Jesus." They got Derek Carr. So there's a lot of optimism right now in New Orleans. And, when you really look at it, you look at the NFC. You take out, the Eagles and the 49ers. There's not much difference between all these other teams. So I really think right now with Derek Carr, now this is today, depending if the Falcons get Lamar Jackson, all bets are off. That'd be the second coming of Michael Vick. They won't even have to worry about selling tickets. To me, that's what I said. I wish the Saints could have gotten a guy like Lamar Jackson. I think he's truly that good, and he's young. Right. But that's another topic. Right now, the Saints are on top with Derek Carr, and I think if you look at the NFC with Derek Carr, you win the NFC South. You host a playoff game. It's definitely, I could see the Saints being a top 5 team with Derek Carr. But again, it depends what happens with Aaron Rodgers. And for instance, even like the Vikings, you want to talk about a horseshoe of what? The Vikings won 11 games. I think it set an NFL record last year by 1 score. They won 11 games in a row, and the Saints lost to them in England with that double doink. So I think the Vikings come back to the pack. You look at the lines. You can't trust the Cowgirls. You don't know what's going to happen with Dallas. So I think it's wide open when you look at the NFC. And, obviously I look at the Eagles and the 49ers. But even the Eagles, the Saints went to Philadelphia. And I know Jalen Hurts didn't play, but the Saints beat him. And I said, well, Jalen Hurts didn't play defense. And, the Saints handled the Eagles. So I think it's wide open. The fans are optimistic. But like I told them, you got to slow your roll. The Saints can have a winning team, and you're excited about the team, but it doesn't mean they're going to win anything as far as talking about like a Super Bowl. But as far as giving the fans hope and not a rebuilding mode, I think Derek Carr is the guy for sure. I'd say the next 3 years.
It is Bobby Hebert with us, guys, on the WadeFord.com hotline. Former Saints, former Falcons quarterback, and beloved down there in NOLA. Ravens, by the way, the word is, Adam Schefter reporting, they placed the $32.4 million non-exclusive franchise tag. Carl and I were talking about it earlier. So you can talk to Lamar Jackson, and then if you do sign him, you only give up 2 first-round picks as opposed to him being franchise tagged, as Carl laid out, and then they'd have you over a barrel. Bobby, just because you know the position so well, why is Lamar Jackson going backwards from the MVP season? That's one of the points we've debated the last few months.
Well, I think it might be more like, I think he's a tough guy. He's played hurt now. He's had injuries. He's missed games. But are we ever talking about the Baltimore Ravens wide receiving core?
Nope.
I mean, have the Ravens ever did anything to help out the quarterback as far as from that position? All I know is when Lamar Jackson played against the Saints in the Dome this year, Monday Night Football, he was like a man amongst boys. And the Saints got a good defense. He looked like he was on a different level. He looked like the varsity in the Saints defense, which I don't see too often look like the JV. So I'm a Lamar Jackson fan. I think his skill set, and I remember doing the radio with Michael Vick. I think Lamar Jackson, he'd be the second coming of Michael Vick plus. If he got with the Falcons, and then put it this way, if Lamar Jackson comes to Atlanta, then they're the front runner to win the NFC South. And I know Falcons fans would be, excited if that was going to occur. But you have to have the trigger man. Now, think about this, Mike. Look, the team with the best quarterback, when you think about this, now, this is not an opinion. I think it is an opinion, but I think you would agree with it. The team with the best quarterback has won the division in each of the last 8 seasons. So that's almost a decade. For instance, you look at 21-22, Tom Brady. You look at from 2017 to 2020, winning division, Drew Brees. 2016, Matt Ryan, MVP. And then even 2015, MVP Cam Newton. So I don't know. Derek Carr is good, but he's no Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, MVP. And so that's why I think the Falcons want to win the NFC South and be heading in the right direction. I would put them ahead of the Saints if they get Lamar Jackson.
I would too, Bobby. It's Bobby Hebert joining us here on Dukes and Bell. This news makes things very interesting. And now, I'm seeing people here in the ATL and folks that listen to our show say, hey, Dukes, I'm kind of liking this idea now because the compensation. See, when they control the compensation, right, it's a different story because now I'm asking for everything. When I'm just giving back 2 first-round picks, Bobby, this becomes – I don't want to, be less sneed, but blink those picks. Like, we got to get this done.
Yeah, you have to be relevant. Lamar Jackson makes the Falcons relevant. I mean, he is that good. And, we investigated, and before the Derek Carr thing, we were just looking at, the top quarterbacks in the NFL as far as me and Mike Detillier was talking about this, so I do the radio with now. Like the past, let's say a decade, a dozen years. Okay, then they have a lot more Zach Wilson-type players than you think. Do you know that basically if you were a first-round draft pick or even like an early second round, if you go, it's like a third of them make it. So it's like you're a baseball player. You're batting 300. Well, that's not good when you're trying to pick your NFL quarterback. So when you look at it, so just look it's a crapshoot. For every 10 guys, 3 of them will end up working out. That's been over, like I said, a decade, a dozen years. So, Lamar Jackson's proven he can do it at the highest level. And then when you look at those draft picks, the Saints have used first-round draft picks on offensive linemen. And, it can hit or not hit, but it hasn't been perfect. So, no, give me the player. Now, you want to build your team because of the salary cap and all with draft picks, but sometimes you got to roll the dice. And and truly be relevant and throw your fans a bone so they can get excited about your team.
You're right, brother. We're going on 6 seasons. This would be year 5 years without the playoffs. Bobby Hebert is breaking it down. Since you were so close to Drew Brees and you know Alabama being there with LSU, what do you think about Bryce Young at the next level? Because he's not a scrambler, he's not mobile, but he's a tremendously accurate passer, and the size thing became a thing at the combine. How do you think he's going to do at the next level?
Well, I think he's a football player, but he sure is little. But I don't know. Drew Brees was little. I always said this. Drew Brees was 6 feet with his cleats on. He take off his cleats. He's not a 6-foot quarterback. But the one thing you have to look at, and what Drew did, a number of players, young players, no matter where they're at, when they come to the NFL level, high school, college, pros, is how do you process information? Or like what I mean, when you're communicating with the coaches and you see how the defense is trying to stop you, how quickly you could process that, like pre-snap read, and just being accurate with the football. I think he's an accurate quarterback. The one that I don't trust is the Florida Gator quarterback. I mean, he might be feast or famine. And look, he's unbelievable combine workouts and all that, but I think if you throw him to the wolves right away, he might be like who's the guy from Liberty with the Titans? Malik?
Yeah, Malik Willis.
Or yeah. I don't know if he's accurate enough. So you got to be accurate, and then the ball has to come out on time. It's good that you can ad-lib and make plays with your feet, but you have to be confident, not like just guessing where you're going with the ball. The ball's coming out on time, and that's how you ultimately going to have success. And then I'd say it's not so much like him trying to see beyond the offensive line when you're a little quarterback, but it's just the pounding. But they don't hit the quarterbacks like they used to hit them. So I think he'll be fine. I think he'll end up working out. What does that mean? It'd be a no-brainer when, coaches look at like a Jared Allen and the Justin Herberts, those big guys. It's like goes back to the big Ben Roethlisberger syndrome. Like, he's like swiping people off, swatting them away, get away and just hanging in the pocket. Yeah, but not everybody's going to be, big cats like that and be able to get it done. But no, I'd be surprised if he doesn't have success in the NFL. But what blew me away is like he's been playing football all his life. How about Tua with the Dolphins, and they teaching him or trying to coach you up how you got to land? So I guess you don't slam your head as much on the turf or what? That was a new one to me. It's like, okay, we're going to teach him how he needs to land and tackle football. I mean, that was surprising to me. So I still don't think Tom Brady's retired. That could be a different animal. If I look at my crystal ball, Tom Brady with the Dolphins because his kids and all there in Miami, or Tom Brady going to the 49ers where he grew up in San Mateo. That's like going from Alpharetta basically to downtown Atlanta when you look at San Mateo, San Francisco. So, yeah, I don't think Tom Brady's giving up the ghost. That's the 49ers. They got the team, but they got no quarterback.
Right. And Purdy's got the surgery now. You're right, Bobby.
It's going to be interesting. Bobby Hebert, man, we certainly appreciate you as always filling us in. Derek Carr, the new quarterback for the Saints. Bobby said they had to do it. He also feels like if we've got a chance to get Lamar Jackson, we need to do it, and I totally agree. Hey, thanks so much. Take care, Bobby.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Good stuff.
Right.
Bobby Hebert. If you're just joining us, the non-exclusive tag has been placed on Lamar Jackson, which means he can negotiate with any team. The Ravens have the rights to match any deal that he might receive. But, guys, if it hadn't gotten done now, it's more than unlikely that would happen. And that means they would get 2 first-round picks in return as compensation for him signing with another team. That other team could be our Atlanta Falcons. We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, it's already been a fun day. Bobby Hebert stopped by talking about our division. He says if Lamar Jackson ends up in our division, meaning in our house, in our team, right, then we become the front runners. Now, I got to discuss something that's going on right now because Matt Lombardo reported that at the Combine, the Falcons apparently had some conversations with the Ravens, and the Falcons are interested in Lamar Jackson. Then we find out, as the countdown is on to 4 o'clock, that they put the non-franchise tag on him, which means he can negotiate with any other teams, and the Ravens can match that if they want, or they can move on and they'll get 2 first-round picks as compensation. Then about 10 minutes ago, Diana Rossini puts out the Falcons will not be pursuing quarterback Lamar Jackson. So, Atlanta, I just want to put this on hold for a second. I just want you to just listen to me. With all due respect, our general manager and our coach and our owner have not said that. Now, where these reports come from, okay, I've got sources, people have sources, we talk to different people around the league. And until that happens, there is a possibility that this could happen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that because of one report or 2 reports or one conflicting report that this is all nonsense. Mike, it's poker. At the end of the day, all of these teams are trying to figure out ways to maneuver and get guys on their team, the teams that can afford to do it and the teams that might be interested in Lamar Jackson. So by coming out and saying, we're not interested, it allows you to back off a little bit. Right. I don't know if that's the case. We're going to find out. Guys, if nothing happens, then nothing happens. But I'm not hearing that from our owner. I'm not hearing it from our general manager, and I'm certainly not hearing it from our head coach. Right. So I think there's smoke, and I think there's some fire here.
And we were talking during the commercial break. You just laid it out. I mean, we were here. We had an executive that worked with the Falcons, not named, it wasn't Dimitrov, somebody else. But this guy was like talking to other writers, and he was the guy, kind of the conduit when they want to get some information out there. Pioli. But in the case of other teams, you've got guys that would put stuff out there. And in this case, I'm not saying that Rossini is being used by someone, but they have got contacts, and the information gets to someone. Because, as Carl said, they want to tap the brakes on something before it gets so much momentum with the fan base because we got to have it. And then you're kind of, the tail's wagging the dog, which happens. Look, it doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to put this together. I still think Arthur Blank was a driving force on the Deshaun Watson thing. I don't think Fontenot, because we had no way of really pulling that off. And once the Browns got involved, it was a poker game, and you had a short stack. You couldn't compete. But this is nothing compared to the get and the give you would have to go get Deshaun Watson. This is 2 first-round picks, and you've got to do your contract. And, yes, he's stickling for some guaranteed money, and I'm not sure if he wants it all, but I just think when you get back to being relevant, haven't been in the playoffs in 5 years, I know there's a plan. But we can still address the trenches through free agency and hopefully knock it out of the park with the draft the next couple of years. But this would be one of the moves that makes the Falcons one of the biggest stories again in the NFL.
Yep. Week in and week out.
I get it. And I've preached trenches for as long as Carl and I've worked together. I've been preaching offense and defensive line. And I still think you can pull some of that off in free agency. But man, you're telling me you got Lamar Jackson in here? You're back in the highlight package business, and then the great debate will be: can he stay healthy, and can you go win playoff games with this guy? Because number one, you're relevant, but can we get to the next level with the guy? That's the concern for some Falcon fans.
But isn't that the concern from a quarterback position for every quarterback in the league?
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, we say this and we go, well, can Desmond Ridder stay healthy? He hadn't played enough games.
Derek Carr hasn't won a playoff game. What's he going to do in New Orleans? To Bobby Hebert's point, he'll be solid and steady while they do what they do.
It's a great point, Mike. So with that said, we're not telling you this is going to happen. I never said it was going to happen. What I told you guys before you all lost your minds, most of you, was that this was a real possibility. And when I brought it up and said, if this happens the way it's happening, we better be looking at it. That has been my only thing about this is we're cheating ourselves with where we're at. We don't have a franchise guy. If we're not going to look at this and say, is there any way possible we can really make this happen, and how much better does it make us, and more importantly, how much more vested is the fan base if we do it? If the organization in Flowery Branch is not doing that, we're cheating ourselves. That's the only thing I've said about this. Now, same time, I understand the ramifications, but you have to take chances in this league to win. Every team that's done it has advanced, Mike, and done something special, you have to take a chance, whether you're taking a chance on a quarterback, whether you're signing a wide receiver like A.J. Brown, whether you're going out and getting an edge rusher like Von Miller, who got hurt with Buffalo, and a lot of people say if he didn't, Buffalo would have been a different team. You have to take chances. Is this the opportune time to do that for the Falcons? Some people say yes, some people say no.
I'll give you an example because, again, if you've been listening to Carl and I've been going round and round. I've been giving you every devil's advocate point when it comes to Lamar as far as the injuries and then the playoff lack of performance, the turnovers. But then again, the guy is an electrifying player and MVP. Let's go back in time to 2006.
Okay.
The Dolphins had a shot at Drew Brees.
Oh, they did.
And their doctors, for whatever reason, said they didn't believe he was coming back from that shoulder injury and that he wouldn't be the right guy. So they went and got Dante Culpepper.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
And the Saints go marching in, and they get Drew Brees. And, you remember how this starts out. There's a punt that's blocked after Katrina, and they're off and running. And Drew Brees is one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever dress out. And Sean Payton becomes our nemesis for 15 years.
Yeah.
So, and then there was risk involved there. There were some guys who felt that Brees was as risky as Lamar Jackson is for the things we're talking about. But it took a bold move by the Saints, and the rest was history. And the Dolphins still flounder looking for a quarterback, and we still don't know if they have one with Tua. And that's what 17 years later.
One chance to take a chance on something that might turn your franchise. 404-741-0929. Petty, Tendergrass, that's his Twitter handle, Petty. He says, Dukes, why weren't you using the same logic when the rumors started that we were interested? I was.
He did.
You weren't listening. I did.
We've been talking about Lamar Jackson for 2 months on the show, man. Longer than that.
Yeah. So I have. My logic hasn't changed. What we were waiting on, and by the way, we got to mention this, Mike. And NFL Blitz is brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. The Ravens don't want Lamar. And the reason I know that is because if they did, Mike, they would have used the exclusive tag. They would have said, we're willing to pay you $45 million if we can't get a deal done because we value you and you deserve a 1-year, $45 million guaranteed deal. And also, it gave them the right to control who and where he was going to go. They didn't even care to do that, Mike. They put the non-exclusive tag on him, which was $32 million, and said, go talk to whoever you need to talk to. To me, this is the complete disrespect. Even if you thought, well, there might be a deal, the Ravens are like, whatever, go talk to whoever you need to talk to.
Right. And I don't know what the Ravens do with the picks they have. For instance, if you get a first-round pick, the 8th pick, maybe the Ravens say it just came to a head with Lamar, and there's a pain threshold they were never prepared to go to, and they'll go draft their next quarterback this year. And they'll get on with their lives, and they would do that vis-a-vis the picks they get from us or Washington or wherever they decide to make a deal with.
Yep.
By the way, if I was Daniel Snyder, or whoever his wife, I would be calling the Ravens right now and do a deal and move heaven and earth because they need something to pump that thing with some life up there in Washington. Either way, I'm just saying, look, there are risks. Yes, there are inherent risks involved. He's missed a bunch of games his last 2 seasons. Performance has gone down since the MVP season, but we need a spark. I like Ritter, and it's a shame because we don't have enough of Ritter to give you a real accurate description. Bobby said it, throwing him to the Wolves against the Saints was not a great way to start his career as a Falcon. And probably against the Bears at home would have been better about 3 weeks sooner.
All right, this is where we're at. Again, the tag deadline, should I say, is coming down here in about 30 minutes. So we now know about Lamar. The Daniel Jones thing. Beau, any news on Daniel Jones? And by the way, if that doesn't get done, Daniel Jones becomes a free agent.
Well, that's the ultimate catch-22. Daniel Jones doesn't get to be the guy he is this year without having a healthy Saquon Barkley. You got to keep Barkley to make Jones work, and Jones finally did it after being a guy without an offensive line. These got a lot of holes. You got a tremendous coach in Brian Dable. If you feel you can find a star running back, maybe they go get Bijan, right? And then you bring him in and you let Saquon test free agency. I don't know. That's the only thing. It's the only way. I'm still not sold on Daniel Jones.
I'm not either. Yeah. But isn't he the more important position?
Yes. The logic is you could find another running back, although Saquon was the guy that stirred the drink this year. That's why they went to the playoffs.
Wasn't you non-exclusive, Daniel Jones?
Yeah, I would.
Because then you get him at below market value for a top 5 quarterback, which is what you want. You let him play his way into another deal. And if someone's crazy enough to pay him what he wants, boom, you got 2 first-round picks. Now you can have capital to trade up to get one of these guys.
That's where I'm at, Beau. And by the way, they were working all last week at the Combine. Daniel Jones's folks were there, his agents, and they were meeting with the Giants every night. Nothing got done. So now here we are 30 minutes away from the deadline, and they still don't have anything done. Oh, it's a crazy, crazy time in the NFL. All right, we're coming back. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. We're going to talk more about our Hawks who lost again last night. Disappointing L. They had another lead and blew it. But, guys, the idea of Lamar coming to Atlanta, I hear the reports. I see them. I'm telling you, until I hear from the owner, the head coach, or the general manager, there is a chance that this is a reality that could possibly happen. Yeah, man, no man's next.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. You can watch the show on Twitch if you like us. We hope you do. ATL 929 The Game, or on YouTube at 929 The Game. We're there every single day. Big shout out to Whispers. His name's Jason. He runs our cameras for us and does all the great work. You see those snippets out there of us. That's Jason hard at work. All right. We're talking a lot about Lamar Jackson because he gets the non-exclusive franchise tag, which means if he stays with the Ravens and there's no deal done, he gets $32.4 million. But it gives him the opportunity to speak to other teams. It gives the Ravens the right to match any offer. And then if he leaves, they get 2 first-round picks as compensation. It's built in. That's it. And if you're telling me that you have no interest as a Falcon fan, that would be a real possibility, I'm asking you as a fan. You don't have any interest whatsoever. You got to explain that to me.
Yeah, I just think we've laid out. I get it. There's risks involved. I mean, the contract, he wants to give all the reports have been accurate the last 18 months. If he wants big-time guaranteed money, if not exclusively guaranteed money, that's a hard pill to swallow. And again, the Falcons, we've always, Carl, going back to every draft class you and I have covered, we've generally never gotten what we've wanted.
It's true.
So it is a hype machine right now for Lamar Jackson, but there is logic behind it. And that's why I used the Drew Brees example. Now, Drew Brees was a free agent. That wasn't a trade, but there was a risk involved for the Saints to go get him. The Dolphins passed, and they've been what they are, and the Saints went on and won a Super Bowl. So I just think at some point you got to put your neck out there. And the franchise has already put its neck out with the Deshaun Watson thing and got egg on its face. So I don't know if they don't want to get into round 2, but this thing makes a hell of a lot more sense than the crazy contract Deshaun Watson was looking for.
Whew, boy. You were willing to get in on that, but not this?
Right. You definitely kicked the tire. You kicked the tires so much, Matt Ryan got ostracized. You had to give him away for nothing to the Colts.
We're going to talk more about it. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down.
Seems like I should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1". Not really. From Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau, what's going on?
Tell you what, man. What's going on? I'm frustrated, Carl.
Why?
4,000 pollen count on March 7th isn't what I had in the works for today. And I just...
What, you can't breathe? What are you saying?
I got Benadryl in the bag. You want to do
that makes me go comatose.
You want to do some drugs, kid?
No, I'm actually getting... I've taken some. That makes me go comatose.
Are your eyes red? I can't see in there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There you go. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, otherwise, he looks like one of those silhouettes when a mobster goes on 60 Minutes. Now you can see Beau. The lights are on in the studio.
Is your nose running? What's going on? What are your symptoms?
My nose was running earlier.
Okay.
My eyes have been itchy. Garrett looked at me earlier and goes, "Hey, man, are you, like, okay and stuff?" Because, Garrett's, like, 18.
Right.
And I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm, like, okay and stuff." It's normal.
I saw Garrett out one time. Where were you? Were you on the Beltline? You remember that day I saw you at the Beltline?
We were down over on the Beltline. We were going to the, whatever the event was at.
Yeah. And like, literally, I walked by, and this guy had a table. There were people all around him. I was like, hey, Garrett, hi. How you doing?
I'm a man of the people. What can I say?
Yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about, Beau. This guy's big time. He's
well,
big time.
First off, man might be a little reach. You're a child of the people, and Garrett's like one outfit thing away from a seersucker. He should be at the Kentucky Derby with a polo shirt.
Now, Garrett is the quintessential Georgia frat boy, if we're honest. I mean, that's the look, and that's cool because there are millions of guys around Atlanta right now dressed just like Garrett. Matter of fact, I saw a few on Beach Street today as I was coming to work.
I don't know. There's all kinds of things going on. But, look, I'm going to log off Twitter today.
Okay.
Whoa. You?
Well, what I'm going to do
Twitter holiday, huh?
What I'm going to do is that's what me and Mike should have picked for Lent, by the way.
Get off Twitter?
Oh, hell yeah.
No, not get off. Just no arguing on Twitter. And I'm done because I find myself repeating myself.
See, this is why, the whole Trey Young thing, Trey calling me a hoe after I told him, hey, nice job. And he goes, I don't play for you, hoe. And I was like, well, technically you do. I didn't renew my Hawks tickets for what it's worth, Trey. But anyway, this is something with Lamar Jackson. I would so love Lamar Jackson to get signed so I could go to Trey Young and go, see, Trey, I'm rooting for a real superstar now. And I could fire that thing up and have fun. But I digress. SquidBilly's right. it's probably better if I had not engaged. And Twitter obviously is a real waste of time for a lot of people.
Wait a minute, Mike. I got to say something. Now that you've brought this up, engage with that situation or period?
I think just in general, Twitter has brought me nothing. Let's be honest.
No, that's
I
true.
lost a week's pay over Twitter.
That's true.
Over that the thing with ESPN. I've had a lot of bad experiences with social media. Some guys wanted me to get fired because I said we don't need nets behind the dugout at baseball games.
I remember that.
Twitter is just
That's a fireable offense, Mike.
I guess so. Yeah. But SquidBilly's right. Twitter, he says it. It's a damn cesspool. You go down that rabbit hole. Sometimes you don't get get out.
I was going to say though, congratulating or just asking our star to have more games like he had was not a bad thing. Okay, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Go ahead.
Well, just a grief I got anyway. The aggravation.
I got you.
No good deed goes unpunished.
If we are to believe Diana Rossini, which I have been told too, I've also been told that the other report had that Lombardo, I don't know who he is, but had some false reporting in there or some unconfirmed reports. That means the Falcons would have their 8th pick. And Todd McShay did his latest mock draft following the combine, and he had a lot of interesting things. Jalen Carter fell to like 13.
Okay.
But
if he's there at 8, goodbye.
Yeah.
Good night.
Well, the Falcons pick at 8, according to Todd McShay, sounded like Mr. McShay was listening to Yeah Man, No Man on Friday because he has the Falcons getting Nolan Smith at 8.
Well, listen, we said Friday. I think you asked the question, and Beau's alluding to, he asked us, who would you take if they're both sitting there? First of all, it's unlikely that happens, but let's just fantasize. And at 8, you've got Jalen Carter and you've got Nolan Smith. And I said to you Friday, Beau, what did I say? Nolan Smith. His versatility gives you a different kind of defender on a defense in which we think Ryan Nielsen is going to move guys around, and you're going to have a guy of that caliber and speed just can create a lot of mismatches. Now, doesn't mean that I don't think Jalen Carter is a dude or a beast and is going to be a player in this league. But if you were asking me who would I take and who gives us more versatility, I'm taking Nolan Smith.
I know that Nolan Smith, for guys who were a little surprised by what Chuck Smith told us on Friday's show, that he's still a guy that, he did miss some games at Georgia. He is a born leader. No one questions that. But Chuck felt he had to be in the right team and the right scheme. And if you're going to – look, if you're telling me he turns into the next Micah Parsons, I'm with you. But Jalen Carter next to a guy like Grady – that's we use the phrase force multiplier that makes everybody better on that line. But Nolan Smith is certainly a guy. I mean, look, just to get a star Georgia player on this team when we need help at either position, you can't go wrong.
I agree.
Well, and this is something we talked with Chuck about. Obviously, he said that, but doesn't the Lorenzo Carter signing or re-signing kind of steer you in the fact that they are going to stay with this system, which is 3-4, base with a stand-up pass rusher. And that is what Nolan Smith is. That's what he fits with his size, his attributes. But here's what McShay said. He goes, my biggest riser of the combine, speaking of Nolan Smith, I had Smith at number 5 in my preseason rankings, but I dropped him quite a bit after his torn pec muscle limited him to 8 games and 3 sacks. Now he's back up to number 10 overall.
Wow. Well, listen, the combine matters. We tell you that every year. And if you're already a very good player and you go there and you do what he did, then you become a guy that moves up. And this is how, Mike, you increase your money.
Right.
This is how all of a sudden, you're talking about a $10 million difference potentially with where he would have been picked and where he might be picked now. This is why it matters. And so I agree with that. Listen, I think there were a bunch of dogs specifically who improved their draft status. Darnell Washington is one of them, guys.
Right.
Darnell Washington had a really good combine.
And again, if wherever he falls, if you feel he's going to be the bottom of the first round and you moved up to get him, that creates dynamic mismatches and all sorts of things. And because Kyle Pitts is that hybrid wide receiver tight end, so I mean, those are guys you find a way to make them work because they're such natural studs. That's the logic behind that kind of stuff. But by the way, the latest that's going out there, there's more people picking up on the Falcons as both being in and a perfect fit for the Ravens to make a trade, and then there's people saying they'd have no interest. And more stuff is percolating right now, for what it's worth, on social media.
No doubt.
Well, I can tell you that I heard that there were no negotiations.
And I'm going to tell you, I heard that last year with a guy named Deshaun Watson.
Well, I'm talking about in Indy.
Until there were.
There was a report out there, was it Lombardo, that said that we had had conversations in Indy with the Ravens over Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, and we'll discuss more, I respect everybody who's reporting because I get it. We all have sources. But at the end of the day, Falcon fans, remember last year, they're not in on Deshaun Watson. They're not going to talk to Deshaun.
And then boom.
We're not interested in Deshaun. I just want to remind you guys, if you forgot.
It was St. Patrick's Day weekend. Me and Chucky were going round and round on it when it broke. And it came out of nowhere.
So with that said, it's all poker. And I'm just going to stay in my lane and let it all play out. But if you're asking me if I want it to happen, the answer is a simple yes, because it helps our city and it helps our profile. And more importantly, Mike, we become more relevant.
Well, I mean, that's what it's about. But I look, I'll tell people, I've been on Twitter. The only issue I have is if your roster was better today, with guys that are going to be here next season, I'd be for it. But in a place where we're at, with so many holes, giving up $50 million a season and draft picks doesn't help me win Super Bowls. If you want people to, I don't know why we're all now, not y'all, but there's a lot of fans that are worried about other fans showing up instead of the team winning. So they're more worried about the owner's bottom line and the franchise, how they sell tickets, than the product. Well, I want to win games. I want to win Super Bowls.
But if we could address the trenches of what we have left in the cap, and that's, again, this is the great mystery because no one knows how the freaking cap works. But if you could get Lamar Jackson in here and make this thing work, because maybe he wants to stick it to the Ravens and maybe he will give you something. There's no freaking discount. So maybe you'll find some terms that give you some flexibility. I'm just saying, I'm sick and tired of going to Mercedes-Benz and it sucks. It sucks. There's no energy. There's nothing. It's half empty.
Well, I hear that.
I'm just telling you. You're in the press box. I'm just telling you. I'm sick of it. I know that I'm going to not cut my nose off to spite my face because maybe Lamar Jackson wouldn't get us to the promised land, but I would love to have some juice on Sunday and some energy and having Falcon fans sitting around me instead of opposing teams' fans. But that's me.
But here's the deal. If you sign a guy making $50 a year, do you want to re-sign Lindstrom? What are you going to do at right tackle? What are you going to do when A.J. Terrell comes up? What are you going to do for an interior pass rusher? Look, there's a lot of holes.
All legitimate concerns.
If you're 4-9 going into December, I got news for you. There's not going to be fans there. And there might be, but they might be wearing opposing jerseys.
Well, you still got
winning.
You still have second-round picks, and if you're 7-10 the last 2 years, Lamar Jackson, to Bobby Hebert's point, makes you an 11 or 12 win team.
Yeah, it's a difference. We got to get out of here, Beau.
All right, guys. As always, Yeah Man No Man is brought to you by the Fireshire from the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce, bigger, better, bolder, and spicier. Get over to WSauce.com, find a retailer near you. And check out my friends at the Georgia Hemp Company, thegeorgiahempcompany.com. Get on there right now. Use the code SquidBilly10 for 10% off your order today. Garrett, hit my music.
Oh, it's a good selection. Hey, when we come back, I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't worry about anything that Beau just talked about.
Oh.
Because you shouldn't. Because you don't worry about it in your everyday life. I'll explain next.
You know what I'm saying?
It's 4 o'clock on the number one sports talk show for your drive home.
I'm not rooting for the individual. I mean, I'd love to see these young rookies shine out. I'd love to see Algier win the job, too. But it sounds like they're going to go with the veterans. And look, we don't want to get Cordell Patterson not running the football. He was the one good thing we had running the football last year. To compliment it.
Well, listen, there's enough balls to go around. There just is.
You're just saying, this team has balls.
There's enough balls to go around.
This is Dukes and Bell
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Deadline has come and gone. The Giants get their deal done with Daniel Jones.
How many years?
4.
That's smart.
It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The Ravens don't get a deal done with Lamar. Now, you talk about coming down to the end. Literally, this gets done and announced 4 years, $160 million for Daniel Jones. Now, if you're going to say, well, that sounds like a lot of money, understand the reports where he was asking for 45 or more, which is ridiculous. So he has $35 million in incentives, Mike. This is where I think the Lamar contract, and I'm not talking about overall guaranteed, I'm talking about how do you get to the number? Let's add some incentives. Right? And I think this is going to be a big part of whoever and wherever he ends up, whether it's, here or somewhere else. But let me say this about what Beau was talking about paying guys down the road, because I think it's important. And the Falcons are not franchise tagging Caleb McGarry.
Good.
Okay? We are not franchise tagging Caleb McGarry. So that is also coming down. Do you worry about the new car that you don't have and how you're going to pay the car note? Do you? Do you sit at home and go, man, I get that new car. I know it's going to be expensive. How am I going to do that?
I'm the wrong guy to ask in that department, but I get your idea.
You're right. You are. But most of us don't worry about things that are not in front of us. And what I'm telling you is for the Falcons, if we're worried about all these guys that we have to pay down the road, we'll worry about it when we get down the road. Most of you are not thinking 6 months from now what's in front of you and what bills are going to hit. Let's be honest. So the Falcons are no different. I can't worry about what I'm going to pay Kyle Pitts in 2 seasons, Mike, when we're not there yet. I've got to let this play out. And I think that's important when you start talking about all these things that could happen. All I'm worried about right now, Atlanta, is give me the best damn team we can put on the field for 2023, 2024. That's it. That's all I care about. Through free agency, through the draft, and retaining some of our own guys like we did with Zoe today. The Caleb McGarry thing tells me the Falcons feel like, Mike, like we do. That he's not going to be worth the franchise tag, and therefore we're not going to overpay for him. And if he wants to make a deal and we can make a deal, great. But I think they did the right thing here.
Now, there's been some stuff out there about, where's McGarry line up? You got the 49ers tackle. He's probably like the 4th best tackle. So, yeah, let someone else overpay. Because every time you and I have that conversation, we literally have to count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, would you tag him or not? And if I got to take that much time to think about it, well, he pass blocks well. He doesn't really, he run blocks well, didn't really pass block well. Why am I going to give him $70 million or whatever it turns out to be, and maybe more for another team? So that means you got to get one somewhere else. You may have to go get someone better in free agency, or you may just commit a high draft pick to it in this year's draft. But it's just I never felt good about spending that big money on McGarry. The other thing is, let me throw this at you about Lamar Jackson. Is Lamar Jackson going to find that the room is a bit lukewarm on him around the league, especially when the owners do never, ever, ever want to get into the kind of guaranteed money that Haslam gave to Deshaun Watson? Players Association has been pushing Lamar to go for the most guaranteed, get it all guaranteed. Do you think we're going to see some collusion? I'm not putting the Falcons in that boat.
Yeah.
But because we may believe in Ritter and Arthur Smith thinks smooth and slow and steady wins the race, and we'll just build the trenches and we'll do it through the draft and we'll be smart about it. There are more than one ways to get to the Super Bowl. There is a risk involved with Lamar Jackson. But do you think some owners are going to sit there and everyone's going to just give him the Heisman? The teams that need a quarterback? Because of how contentious this thing has got and how it could really change the way NFL contracts continue to be made for the high-paid players like Deshaun Watson.
I do. And I also think, Mike, if there's any position in the NFL, in pro football, that is going to get guaranteed money moving forward, it's this position. I'm talking about quarterbacks. It's just the nature of it. All the rules are based around not hurting the quarterback. All the rules are based around offense, moving the football, and more importantly, points scored. This is the one position, Mike, that I think if you start moving towards that direction, and it's scary to owners, because owners realize if you start moving in this direction, then all of a sudden your star wide receiver, Cheetah, wants $30 million. Oh, wait, he got that. Right. And then your left tackle, who protects your quarterback, all of a sudden, well, now I want $25 or $30 million. You're going to see these guys start saying, why not me? Right. And I think that's the fear. The system is not broken, but I do think there is an evolution that's going on with it, and it's not anybody's fault. I don't blame Deshaun Watson. Always ask and see if they'll give it to you. He asked, they gave it to him. Don't be mad at Deshaun, but when other guys start asking for it, you can't be mad at them because it's already been given by somebody in your group.
I know we got to get to the dog report. We'll talk about the dogs, and maybe the Falcons actually draft the dog really high this year. The thing is, though, it's like I keep coming back to it. Had Ritter gone again, and this goes back to Arthur Smith, the only reason we kept alive this dream of winning the division is the Bucs were so mediocre this year. That's unfortunately what kind of perpetuated Roland Mariota out there to the point when you and I were up there in Charlotte in the rain going, what the did we just see? You just wish we had gone to Ritter sooner. So then maybe I wouldn't be so excited about Lamar Jackson. Maybe Ritter would have given me some. And he played solid, if not spectacular. I do think there were parameters that were involved, Carl, because of the protections, and they didn't have all the receivers doing his thing. But it's just you wish he would had a little bit of that magic, like some guys mentioned earlier about what Jalen Hurts looked like when you first saw him in an Eagles uniform.
I agree.
And we just didn't get enough of that. I would imagine right now you did a straw poll of our fan base. I think it would be 60-40 for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree, Mike. I think people are fearful because we've been in such a dreadful place. But we can't be scared. We can't be scared. Like, if we're ever going to move the needle forward and take the next step and become a legitimate Super Bowl contender, our front office can't be scared. They weren't scared last year when we were talking to Deshaun Watson.
Right.
So I don't know what it is about this particular situation that everybody's freaking out about. Talk to him, see what the deal is, see if you want it. If you don't, fine. I test the waters. You did it with others. I don't see why you wouldn't do it here.
The only thing with Lamar Jackson is, the performance has gone down a bit. We've talked about not having the playmakers. We've talked about, remember Greg Roman was his OC when he won the MVP, was his OC until he just got fired. Monken was going to be his OC, but he's gone backwards a little bit, and then he missed a bunch of games. He's missed a couple of games last year, missed a bunch of games this year down the stretch. And whether you felt, Carl, part of that was the entanglement with the contract, and that's why he said if he was 75%, he wasn't going to give it a go. That's the only argument that I would make against it is I give a guy guaranteed money who's missed a bunch of games the last 2 seasons. That's the concern.
All right, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Lots going on in the NFL. What's going on in college football? Well, everybody's talking about how many dogs exceeded expectations at the combine. And really, that's what this is about, right? I mean, we knew guys were good. And then you go there and you show out. And all of a sudden, Mike, we're going to see the dogs dominate the draft again. How many guys are they going to put in this year's draft? I don't know. 12 guys are at the combine. I don't know if all 12 get drafted. But I'd be silly to think that, Mike, half of those guys won't be. Are you willing to tell me 7 or 8 of those guys are not going to be drafted in the NFL?
No, man, the guys that are going to be out there. I mean, Keely Ringo's kind of secured where he's going to go. Don't forget, these guys can double down on their performances. Kenny Mack wants to run a better 40 when it comes to the Georgia Pro Day. He'll have his chance coming up later in the month. Stetson Bennett is projected right now for my old hair helmet. Mel Kiper is a 4th-round pick.
Right.
Robert Beal is going to go high. We already talked about Nolan Smith. And obviously, whatever you think is going to happen with, I think I'm going to say at least 10. How about that? 10 get drafted this year.
Boy, that's a lot. I mean, that you're doing something right. And we know they are because they're winning championships. That is what it's all about. And
Jalen Carter's going to go in the first round. I can't believe – and if this goes back to it. If Jalen Carter's there at 8, and we have our 8th pick, how do you not take that?
No, I'm taking him. I mean, I just – again, until Beau's thing about Nolan Smith, if they're both there and you're telling me I got a choice, that's a tough choice. But I don't know if you go wrong. Like, there's no wrong answer. That's one of those test questions that both A and B is right? If you go Nolan Smith or if you go Jalen Carter. Here's the deal, too, Mike, as we're talking about just college football. This came out yesterday. We didn't mention it, but Steve Sarkisian at Texas talks about Arch Manning. We know the lineage, right? We know the family history. He says Quinn Ewers is going to battle Arch Manning for the quarterback spot. Nobody has the job going into spring. It will be an open competition.
Before, obviously the Arch Manning created such an unbelievable interest around the country, Ewers was one of those guys.
Yep.
He was the number 1 quarterback in the country. He did, by the way, cut his hair, Carl, if you feel he's getting serious about this. The mullet's gone.
I saw that.
But this is a dude who, he's made some tremendous. He's got a natural athlete, and I think Arch Manning. Remember Peyton eventually works his way in. I think it's a smart thing. Don't put extra pressure on Arch Manning. Yeah, you're going to go compete, but I think yours is going to be. I think yours will start this season for Texas.
I do too. He got hurt in that Alabama game. I think that was kind of a showcase game where people saw him play. Alabama ends up winning a game. Bryce Young, they came back. It was a crazy game. But the point is, they've got two guys now. And Arch Manning's going to he's going to be the guy. He'll be there 3 years. He'll enjoy, this time at Texas and all of that. But, yeah, Mike, that is an open competition. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got plenty more to talk about. All right, if you're just tuning in, we're going to get you caught up on all of the franchise tag information. Cowboys franchise tag, their running back. The Raiders did the same. The Jags.
So Pollard gets tagged. Okay.
Yeah, the Jags did it with Evan Ingram. He's from here. We knew about Deron Payne, but all of this stuff kind of playing out today, as today was the deadline to get deals done, and that has happened. So we're going to get you caught up on all of that here. And also the Daniel Jones deal. I'm not sure about the per-year average, Beau. I'm not sure if you've seen that with the 4 years, 160, but the offer originally from the Giants was between $35 and $39 million per, is what it was.
Actually, it's pretty fair. It's a really fair offer, and then they go tag Saquon Barkley because you can't give Daniel Jones that loot because he ain't going to do the job without Saquon Barkley toting the rock.
Yeah. So we'll get into all of that, man. Stay right there, and we'll talk about Caleb McGarry as well. It's Dukes and Bell.
Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is a busy day on Dukes and Bell. It's always fun when rumors are flying about free agency or at least trying to make a trade. Who's getting tagged, who's not getting tagged. We've spoken for months about Lamar Jackson for obvious reasons, because there's certainly going to be an interest for a lot of the fan base, me included, and there's risks involved. And then especially when you go back to last year, when whoever was driving the bus on this, we thought it was Arthur Blank. I don't meddle. Maybe it was Fontenot. Whoever it was, the Falcons kind of came off with egg on their face because you didn't come close to getting Deshaun Watson. The Browns came heavy. It's a poker game. You had a short stack. You couldn't match those chips. And now you get another situation where a quarterback's out there, a guy that would be transformative to get people fired up in this town. And certainly it's going to get people's tongues wagging. Now, full disclosure, The Falcons have reached out to many of their media minions, Carl, to say, no way, Jose. There are many people in the media that have relationships with the Falcons, and if they want to get the word out to squash this, to smother this Lamar Jackson trade in the cradle, they are at work right now around Atlanta.
Guys, we don't know if this is ever going to happen. It could. But for us to ignore the fact that this non-exclusive franchise tag has been placed on him, which means he can negotiate with any other teams, and the Ravens have a chance to match. And by the way, why would they match? You've had 25 months to get this deal done. Beau and I were just in the hallway talking, and Beau brings up a great point. He's like, Duke, something's wrong here. I don't know. I'm not in the Ravens building. He's right. There's something fishy about all of this if you truly believe in a guy. I said this earlier on the show, Mike. When Matt Ryan, okay, forget about what you think about him. When he had contract situations, it was done because the franchise wholeheartedly believed in him, and there were no questions. We took care of him twice that I can remember where it was like, deal done, deal done. And when you have a situation where you're telling me you've worked on a deal for 2 years, think about your job. If your job said, we're going to get something done, and 2 years later, nothing was done, you'd be like, these dudes don't want me. They don't want me. That's what I think is going on with Lamar. And so I'm with Beau. Something fishy is weird. But, guys, you got to look at this.
And I get it. We're getting all the same texts from the same guys, and we appreciate your input. And again, we're getting a lot of folks following us today on YouTube. You can watch the show, Dukes and Bell 929 ATL YouTube. Check us out on Twitch as well. And Jason doing a great job pushing the button, so we're on TV too. But a lot of guys are saying, we finally have this cap space. Why would I want to commit guaranteed money to a guy who's missed a bunch of games? And look, that's a legitimate argument. But the other side of this equation is we're dead in the water. We haven't been to the playoffs in 5 years. And I think that Lamar Jackson makes us a better football team. And SquidBilly brought up the point, all these good players that we've drafted that you're going to want to retain, you might not be able to do that. And that is the risky aspect to this equation. You can only hope that the economy stays robust and or doing whatever it does with the NFL to allow the salary cap to keep going up the way it has.
All right, Mike, let's talk about these deals that are done, what we know right now. Franchise tag, 4 o'clock was the deadline. So, obviously, Lamar, non-exclusive tag. Daniel Jones gets a 4-year, $160 million deal. It's got incentives, $35 million available in incentives. So, this deal ultimately could get up to, what, 190, 195 ultimately for Daniel Jones. The good news for the Giants is they get to keep their quarterback. Short-term deal, Mike. I like this 4 years for the Giants, and it's not about being a Giants fan. This is just smart GMs, right? Joe Shane's done a good job.
The guys put 2 decent seasons together. You finally went to the playoffs with the Giants. You've been in the weeds for years since Eli left. So you finally got a good season. But again, to me, he's tied at the hip to Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley takes pressure off him. They don't have a great offensive line. They're going to try to address that. They traded all their wide receivers, let's be honest, and this guy still found a way to get him into playoffs. But he's not the kind of guy that deserves the big-time money that Joe Burrow is going to get or anything like that. So this is one of those where they kind of split the baby, and it makes sense.
I do agree. All right, so Giants are done. Other guys, Cowboys franchise tag, Tony Pollard, okay? Raiders did it with Josh Jacobs. The Jags, Evan Ingram. And then the Commanders did it with Daron Payne. Now, when you start talking about free agents that are out there, and these are guys that Mike and I have been talking about, whether we're going to be interested or not, or whether those rumors will get squashed as well, Mike, here's what we know. Jesse Bates is out there if you want to go get him. Javon Hargrave, we've talked about. There are a bunch of defensive pieces if you want to try to add to our defense that maybe you spend this money, Mike. Maybe that's where you allocate this money is on defense. And Caleb McGarry, guys, does not get the franchise tag, which means Caleb McGarry is going to be a free agent.
We've debated it for all the reasons that you should debate it. I mean, he's a good run. He's a physical guy that can blow guys off the line. But when he gets backwards, man, he's on roller skates. And you've seen him be a liability at times in pass protection. But because it's such a thin offensive tackle free agency class, he's going to get paid somewhere. And who knows, or maybe he tests the water and it's lukewarm for Caleb McGarry, and we can get him for 75 cents on the dollar for what he was expecting to get.
Sure.
I mean, that's not the worst case scenario either. I just don't want to overspend on the dude.
No. Can I also bring up something else real quick about the Falcons and this whole Lamar thing?
Sure.
You don't want your current quarterback to know you're shopping, do you?
Well, I mean, he's only got, with all due respect to Desmond Ridder, 4 games is hardly to say he's my quarterback, like it's locked and carved in stone.
I totally agree. But if you have confidence in him and you've told him moving forward, this is your job, you don't want to publicly be shopping, do you?
No, that's a good point.
I'm just saying, for everybody that's hitting me up going, you done with this now? Nope. It's all poker.
No, it's guys. You say one thing, you do another. We were not in the Deshaun Watson thing for basically 3 or 4 weeks, and all of a sudden, boom.
Well, remember
Falcons
how guys were
into
hitting us
Deshaun
up
Watson?
saying we were crazy to even be talking about it.
Right. And then somewhere in the organization, I still think Arthur Blank was driving the bus, as I said, to start this segment. But they got in there. They didn't have enough loot to go in and piss in the weeds with the big dogs. I got to tweet that. I got to dump that. I cussed her. But the idea was you didn't have enough cash to piddle in the tall grass with the big dogs.
Get off the porch.
So it's a good job there, by the way. It's just, I look, I get it. I'm trying to preach financial responsibility, which, as you guys know, is
coming
very,
from you,
very difficult for me to do. Actually, damn near impossible. How do you not get excited about the idea of Lamar Jackson? That's the thing. If you want to say, here's one from George. He hits us up and he says, if the Falcons get Jackson, he provides 6 to 7 incredible record-setting performances a season. However, backup quarterback who starts the other 10 or 11 games will not. Forget Jackson. Go get pass rushers. Which again, there's a lot of arguments. There's a million ways, Carl, to build a Super Bowl team right now in the NFL.
Yeah, but you still need a quarterback,
right?
We talking about my quarterback.
But this is why back in August I said I don't want Mariota because I know what his ceiling is. We hit his ceiling. He's a bum. Then he quit. And in the meantime, we didn't get enough of Ritter. And we had because the Buccaneers were so crappy that damn chance to win the division kept us putting Mariota out there. We could have at least sold the rest of the fan base. Yes, Ritter is the guy. And here's some really good performances, but we never got a chance. We got some good effort.
Yeah.
Solid, not spectacular.
Yeah. And let me tell you guys another secret, and then I'm done with this. Not really. You're not going to hear Arthur Smith come out and go, we're not shopping for anybody. Because you don't do that before the draft. And you're not going to hear our general manager come out and say, this is absolutely not happening. Because you don't do that before the draft. So just understand, this is where we're at. It's out there in the ether. It's something that people are going to be talking about. Whether you want Mike and I to be talking about it or you're frustrated with us that even we're teasing you with this and you shouldn't be dangling this in front of our faces, I'm not. But this is how business is done in the NFL. And now that we've gotten past this franchise tag, now the next date will be mid-March the 15th when free agency starts. And we're going to be starting that. And guys, you're going to be hearing all kinds of stuff because teams can start negotiating deals, 24 hours before midnight, and you'll hear people were showing up at guys' houses.
The legal tampering period, right?
And a lot of stuff will be true, and a lot of it won't be. But nobody in their right mind in any of these teams, including ours, is going to come out and go, we're absolutely not doing that.
But on the flip side, and as I said on Twitter, I've been a Falcon fan since I moved here in the summer of 1998. I've got 25, that'll be my 25 years now as a Falcon season ticket holder. I've got what I wanted twice. I wanted Mike Vick. Of course, they went and did that. Surprised everybody.
Yeah, they did.
It was earth-shattering to move up from 5 to do that. Never forget when the word dropped. It was electric. And then you and I begged for Alex Mack halfway through the 2015 season, and they went and got us Alex Mack, and we went to the Super Bowl the next year.
Yep.
Never, ever got what I wanted in the first round. Never, ever got what I really wanted in free agency.
Where's one other guy, Mike? Beau just reminded me. We did want Vic Beasley.
We did.
We did want
Vic on draft night.
It fit.
Yes.
It fit.
And the argument at the time was Vic Beasley or Todd Gurley. And we didn't need Todd Gurley at the time because we had Devontae Freeman.
That's
he was
right.
looking good.
That's right.
And Todd Gurley, at the end of the day, Vic Beasley is out of football. Todd Gurley's out of football. And, unfortunately, neither one got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
And Gurley was a great guy. We love having him on the show. But unfortunately, one guy didn't have the heart and one guy didn't have the knee. In this case, I got to be honest with you. I get the arguments. I understand it, but I'm just saying this Lamar Jackson thing would be electrifying. It would be something we haven't had. I'm just sick and tired of just no energy at that stadium. Yeah. And unless you want, so here's the thing. You guys are all telling me no to Lamar Jackson, fiscal responsibility, don't jam up the cap. And so I hope I see you at the Mercedes-Benz because I didn't see you the last 2 freaking years. I'll have a beer for you. I'll be, you know where I'll be? I'll be at the Miller Lite Bar in the 200 sec. You come have a beer with me. Because I ain't seen you the last 2 years. You guys who apparently have a Pro Bowl, you want to be Pro Bowl accountants, not Pro Bowl football players.
RJ says, put him up, C. Dukes. Follow Mike at Mike Bell ATL. He says, remember when Josh Rosen was told he's our guy? And then the Cardinals coach drafted Kyler Murray 1 year later. It's true. None of these teams, including ours, are going to tell you there's no way we're not doing anything at this point. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
All right, Carl. New surefire way to know
if your neighbor is a swinger.
What?
Stay tuned.
then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yes! Brought to you by our Dukes Bell Hey Man Ale. It's fun to talk about football rumors and drink an ice-cold Hey Man. Go grab one at your neighborhood Publix or your package store. Just real quick for guys that are just getting in their cars. How you doing? Here's what we know, Carl Dukes, regarding Lamar Jackson. Matt Lombardo, who covers the NFL, he put it out there the Falcons met with the Ravens in Indy. Then the Falcons tell their media minions that never happened. And Ravens then hit Lamar with the non-exclusive tag. So what that means, guys, a team would give 2 first-round picks, and that's it. And then you got to make a deal with Lamar Jackson. And he wants crazy Deshaun Watson-like money. And for those who don't remember, about a year ago, we certainly did more than kick the tires on Deshaun Watson. So that's why, if you feel you guys are like 2 + 2 = 5, no, we're just giving you the facts, And oh my God,
sometimes it does.
Oh my God, sometimes in the NFL, teams say one thing and they do another.
Yeah,
crazy. So we'll see, man. It's intriguing to put it that way.
No doubt.
Basically we're hearing through the grapevine the Falcons saying that no meeting ever occurred in Indianapolis with the Ravens.
Yeah, and whether that's true or not, again, all of this reporting. By the way, who's checking all these folks? Okay. All this reporting that's out there. No, I'm just telling you guys. Like this is the deal with digital, right? There used to be a time where people actually got 3 credible sources, Mike, and you had to be right about what you're reporting. Now, hell, I can put anything out there. So let's not jump the gun here. But if no meeting happened, and let's assume there wasn't, it still doesn't mean that they haven't explored this or that they might not. Right now, where we are and where we're going to be are 2 different things. And what I mean by that is where we are now and when free agency happens and who's in on who and how teams maneuver.
Right.
I'm just going to sit back and let it all play out. The thing that I said to Atlanta when we started this conversation, because I got to get to this swinger story, because I want to hear it.
Oh, and you'll hear it.
I want to hear it. Was we would be cheating ourselves if we weren't in on the conversation. If he somehow became available. When I said that he was still under contract with the Ravens, he hadn't been, franchise tagged to non-exclusive. We didn't know what was going to happen. Now that it's played out, you've got a chance to at least have this conversation. And that's where I've been. And if we don't, I still say that. Then I think we're cheating ourselves. And some people are like, well, this is the right call. The people, Mike, the people who are saying that, they don't live here. They don't go to these games.
Right.
They don't know what the environment is when we're down there at Mercedes-Benz and we're looking for something to be fired up about.
Right.
They haven't lived through 5 freaking seasons of non-playoff football.
Hello.
So all the people are like, this is the right call. Yeah. Y'all ain't going to this damn game.
These are the same guys who go, I'm going to be honest, I don't think the Braves should actually give Dansby that money. I think, certainly, Dansby, he's bent over backwards. He's offering like a $30 million hometown discount, but I would not give that money to Dansby. No, you guys are the guys I literally want to punch right in the freaking face because you take no risks. You're risk averse. Come on. You got to roll the dice sometimes. And I get it. We now have a chance. On one hand, we do the things you're supposed to do, time-honored tradition. We build through the draft, augment the draft through free agency. But we've also got more money than we ever had to spend. And I'm not sure that we're going to go after the guys that Carl and I mentioned. Like, we talk about Hargrave from the Eagles, be a perfect fit here. We've already re-signed Lorenzo Carter, which I think he's solid, but I think you got to give him some help, and then maybe he'll be the guy who live up to his full potential. But we got to go get some O-line. I love the fact we didn't waste money on McGarry, but at some point we will spend a little money here on something. And I just don't know how you can't be intrigued by Jackson. He comes with risks. He comes with injuries. He comes with crazy money demands. I get all that. But it would be electrifying. We'd have a sold-out house, and if we can build this thing around him the right way and he's willing to work with you, look, maybe the market settles on Lamar Jackson, and he's sitting there a week from now and nobody's made a deal. Nobody's called him. That could happen, too.
Yeah, it's very possible. Let's get to the swinger thing.
All right. So for years, the old reasoning behind the pineapple thing, you see a pineapple on somebody's front porch.
Never heard of it, Mike.
Yeah, that was the perception that they are swingers. And if there's kids in the car after school, swingers, those are groups of adults that like to have tickle fights with other groups of adults.
They play Twister.
That's exactly what they do. But in the old days, I remember the first time I ever was made aware of this phenomenon. Sager, the late Craig Sager, and I were playing golf at Bridge Mill Country Club, and there was like a house, and there was a pineapple on the back porch as we're playing on the fairways.
They weren't just eating the pineapple?
Singer goes, pineapple. I go, what does that mean? He goes, oh, they're swingers, man. Those people get it in.
So you leave the pineapple out. Is this true?
That's correct.
So
you have a ceramic pineapple. It's like something like a stone pineapple.
It's not a real one.
No. It's, I mean, maybe if you can't afford a handcrafted ceramic pineapple, you can put a real pineapple on your.
Because I was going to say, if I'm in the grocery store and I see a lady with the pineapple in her basket,
Got to be upside down.
Yeah.
Shopping cart upside down.
That's part two. You see an upside down pineapple in the shopping cart. And the only time I ever saw that was over at the Publix over in Vinings. We were doing a show at Patrick's, and I had to go pick up some groceries on the way back home. And I was like, wow. And there was like a couple of flight attendants with. I was like, wow, look at this.
Now you guys are going to have me in the grocery store looking for upside down pineapple just to say I saw it.
What, you don't?
I never. No. I go in, I get my stuff. Look. She's got an upside-down pineapple.
But listen to this. See, I'm so tardy to the party because, as you guys knew, I got married, like, it'll be 9 years my wife and I married. I can barely get her to do it with the lights on. She's not going to swing with anybody else. I'm sorry, this is my lot.
Well, that's going to cost you.
Well, it's the facts, Carl. But anyway, the thing is, I'm into landscaping now. Since I don't have sex, I have to do a lot of yard work. And the thing I've learned, Carl, according to some other folks in the neighborhood, if you see pampas grass.
So that's the way you
overcompensate. Yes, I'll be roto-tilling. I'll be roto-tilling tomorrow to lay my fescue down. This is where my life has gone. This is what I'm left with now. This is what it's become.
Battery powered.
Yes, no, it's gas powered. It's my neighbor's Squid. It's gas powered. It's my buddy Kirby bought a gas powered roto-tiller.
So you got a lot of battery powered stuff here.
Yeah, believe me. Guess my wife could probably use some too. But anyway, I digress. So we're trying to get this swinger story, and you guys keep interrupting.
I'm sorry. I want to hear it. Go. I'm just trying to figure out the rules.
Apparently, for years, pampas grass is a sign. It looks like kind of like a cat of nine tails. It's kind of like the fluffy grass. It looks like reeds. And apparently, in some neighborhoods, you plant that in your front yard. That's been associated with swinging.
All these signs, just put a sign out front.
Now, again, there could be some poor slob in my neighborhood like, well, Barbara, that pampas sure is growing fine. All of a sudden, some guy shows up in his backyard with no underpants on. So I don't want to send the wrong message.
I didn't know that either.
But that's apparently one of the signs. But here is a definitive thing, and it just went viral on the interweb. If you see a man with a black wedding band and it's on his right ring finger, this is apparently the new code.
Because I have a
yes, I know, but it's on the proper hand.
I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
Apparently, the swinging couple spilling on the subtle signs that indicate others participate in the lifestyle. Liv and her husband, George, opened up their marriage 5 years ago and have become experts at spotting fellow swingers. And apparently, one of the things I already mentioned, the lawn accoutrements, the pampas grass.
It's probably a skill. Well, one of our listeners says a plastic flamingo in your yard. Have you heard this?
Oh, my goodness. What if people just like flamingos?
That's what I know. A plastic flamingo in their yards. Ed Z says that.
Well, again, just don't show up in their driveway wearing like a nutsack bikini or something. Let's at least make contact with the people first after you've seen the flamingo in the front yard. One sign is a black wedding ring on your right hand. George declared in an interview with The Sun, that's the paper over in the UK, it's a British couple, without disclosing whether he wears the item in order to pick up swinging women. So if you see somebody with a black ring on his right hand, they could be bananas. They could go crazy. They might want to come to your house and do stuff, and that's up to you. So knock yourself out.
I have learned a lot during this segment.
Correct.
And I am going to the grocery store as soon as the show is over.
I'm just telling you.
You will see a large black man walking around just looking. Sir, can I help you? I'm looking for pineapples.
I'd watch there be some really hot knockout and the pineapple tipped over through no fault of road in the shopping cart. You'll be following her like a dog.
No, I had no idea, Beau. I must have seen this and had no idea. I didn't even know about the upside down thing.
Yeah, it's been out there for a while. I guess now if you see the upside down pineapple in the shopping cart, you got to follow up with, excuse me, ma'am, do you have pampas grass at home? What about a flamingo in your front yard?
I want clarity.
And by the way, if somebody is in their front yard, watering their lawn, he's got a black ring in his right hand, a flamingo in the front yard, and a pampas grass, it's a free-for-all in that place. Yeah. It's on. Yeah. It's going to be like Playboy after dark. Anyway, moving on. A very enterprising man in Southern California. We've seen those T-shirts. You usually see them in a place like Spencer Gifts, and it's a fake six-pack ab, like a flesh-tone T-shirt you can wear at the beach.
Yeah.
And in some cases, guys will even have like pads you can put on.
It
and it
makes
looks like
you six-pack.
A dude went went and got a tattoo of a six-pack on his stomach, and it looks unbelievable.
Really?
Now, granted, he's going to have to get a tan for the rest of his body because it's a tanned kind of six-pack tattoo, but a pretty good idea. Now he's just got obviously got to maintain a tan all the year.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
mine would
it's
just look
great.
like a tattoo over fat, but that would be me. I don't know why you would do that unless you actually had the real six-pack.
Yeah, a guy named Jamie LaCroix, he got the idea from a dude named Gunther, who is on a website in England called Color Realism Tattoos, and so it started in the UK, but actually give yourself a tattoo of a six-pack and go hit the beach.
That's great.
It's got shadowing and depth, so it actually looks 3D.
real.
So
Yeah.
there you go, if you're into that sort of thing. So there you go, kids.
I hate show-offs at the beach, too, by the way.
I know.
Those guys are just, they're like walking around, and it's just purposely like, yeah, we know you work out. I get it.
Yeah, go back to the hotel room and shave your arms.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Anyway, kids, remember, and if people live in Bridge Mill Country Club, again, I don't mean to cast a wide paint with a brush, but that's what I heard back in the day. Okay. Maybe it's changed. Maybe they're all mellow.
It's been a long time, Mike. I mean, things change. People move. It's not the same neighborhood.
It hasn't.
I'm sorry?
Word on the street is it has not
It's the
changed.
only place I've ever played golf where two topless women were in a pool waving at us from the fairway.
Beau, book a tea time, will you?
There's your guy talk.
I don't know. That's on-air money, not producer money for that place.
Book a tea time, Beau. We'll do it. Hey, coming up, we will talk about where the Falcons are. We do not franchise tag Caleb McGarry today. Was it the right decision? Stay right there. Falcons, and I just told Mike this, and this is what I was talking about earlier, okay? Reports are now, okay, Lamar Jackson, if you're just joining us, he got the non-exclusive tag today, which means he can speak to other teams, and it gives the Ravens the right to match any offer sheet if they want to, or they say, thank you for your services, you go to your new team, and we'll take 2 first-round picks as compensation. It's built in. That's what the deal is. Reports are that the Panthers are not expected to pursue Lamar Jackson. Reports are the Raiders are not expected to pursue Lamar Jackson. Reports are the Falcons, and we've talked about this, right?
They've got it on front page on their website today.
Okay, that they are not pursuing Lamar Jackson. Who's pursuing him? Where's he? Are you saying every team now is out on Lamar Jackson?
Well, we've talked about the ask, but this goes back. Like again, I'm not lumping in our organization because they may feel that Desmond Ridder. And again, the problem with Ridder is I need more games. If you give me a few more games, I'd be locked in. I was begging for Ridder to get more get starts. Didn't happen. But I like what I saw. But they perhaps will go to work with Ridder and build old school fundamentally through the draft, augment free agency. But you're telling me if the Players Association is pushing for this, I want a fully guaranteed contract, and the owners are still hopping mad at Jimmy Haslam for giving that crazy contract to Deshaun Watson. It starts with a C, ends with an N. Collusion.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of it.
Don't be afraid. Guys, these things happen because they happen every 20 years or so in the NFL when somebody's trying to break the mold. And don't get me twisted. The last thing the NFL needs to do is go down the road of the NBA and Major League Baseball with fully guaranteed contracts. Look, we have a bunch of NFL players, past and present. It sucks that these guys leave their bodies on the field, but it works, and the system is the best, most successful league in the world because of it.
Yeah, because it allows you to move on from guys, and you're still not paying a ton of money, even when guys don't play for you. I totally agree. But what I'm saying is now you're seeing all these reports. Panthers not in. Really? Okay. I mean, I just think it's curious when you start telling me all the teams that potentially need quarterbacks and they're not going to be interested in Lamar Jackson?
Well, I mean, Bryce Young is a guy you better have a good offensive line around him. He's not a guy who's going to be elusive. He doesn't move outside the pocket. He's the same size as Kyler Murray, but Kyler Murray moves. Kyler Murray moves around and obviously is tremendously athletic. C.J. Stroud, we already talked about, the upside or whatever you think Anthony Richardson's going to be, Levis, etc. So you're telling me that's where Tepper's going to take one of that over a chance to get Lamar Jackson in Charlotte? That's interesting.
I don't. Again, Mike, poker. I'm not buying it.
But here's the other thing. There's nothing wrong. We can joke around, tongue-in-cheek on collusion, but this stuff's happened before. You can look it up. But it's
hard to prove, though.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to prove. Because the general manager can say, I just don't think he's the right fit for our organization.
Correct.
And they can say, fine.
Yep.
But I will say this. Maybe a lot of teams are saying, let this man cool his heels, and he'll realize that he's asking for the ridiculous contract. That's why the Ravens said no way.
All right. So that is out there. Let's talk about Caleb McGarry. Right decision. Why is it the right decision? Because there are just a couple of guys on every team that are worth paying. Caleb McGarry, as good as he was last season, in my opinion, was not and had not become one of those guys, okay? You did this with Jake Matthews. Look at our team. You did it with Grady Jarrett. There's always a couple of guys that you go, he's worth it, he's consistent, he shows up, he's healthy, he's going to be there. And you take care of those guys, and you have to be selective in the guys that you do that with. But if we were to franchise tag Caleb McGarry, again, you were talking about $17, $18 million for his position, and I just
higher.
Well, yeah, if you didn't reach a long-term deal, but I'm just talking about for next season. Yeah. I did not think it was worth that, Mike, and obviously the Falcons didn't either. So we move on, and I think you addressed this in the draft, Mike, because if you didn't pay McGarry, you're not paying any of these free agent tackles to come in either.
No, it doesn't mean you're going to go with Skoronski out of Northwestern, although he has been linked to us by a lot of mock drafts. But again, you would need to get one either in the first or second round if you don't address it through free agency. But because it's such a limited, let's be honest, pool of tackles in free agency, Orlando Brown from the who am I thinking from the Chiefs? He's going to be he'll be the number one. Orlando Brown will be the number one guy, 26 years of age. He's going to reset the market for tackle. That wouldn't be McGarry, but McGarry's going to get more money than we would certainly be paying.
I think so. And listen, we wish him luck. That doesn't mean that he could not end up back here, but Mike, you had that opportunity.
Yeah, but we said it now. He's already had his feelings hurt once. Maybe he'll get his feelings hurt twice inside a $65 million deal. You could let the market settle. And a lot of things, Peter King wrote about it in Monday Morning Quarterback, excuse me, saying there's a lot, he thinks free agency, he said this is a weak free agent class, and he thinks a lot of teams are going to let things settle. So you might not see as much of the action we've seen, or the rumors of the action the first couple of days.
404-741-0929. Oh, wait, this just in. The Commanders are also on the list that are not apparently interested in Lamar Jackson. Really? 404-741-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always hit us up. Find us on social media, guys. We're on Twitch at ATL929 The Game. You can watch us. And on YouTube at 929 The Game every day. Thanks to Jason, we call him Whispers, running our cameras for us. Twitter at 929 The Game. Facebook, Instagram, and follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, C Dukes, and we appreciate all of the feedback. All right. As we talk about the Falcons and what's happened in the NFL today, Saquon Barkley is franchise tagged. So that's a $10 million tag, which is, again, they could work out a long-term deal, but if they don't, he's going to play for $10 million, which is the tag number for Saquon. Daniel Jones gets his deal. It's 4 years, $160 million with $82 million guaranteed. A fair deal. I think it's a fair deal for Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
I just do.
And they were really over the barrel because you really can't do the things you want to do with Daniel Jones. They've got to go draft some offensive line help in New York, but you can't do it without Saquon Barkley. They didn't get to that playoff. Again, they got lost. It is what it was. They got one win and they got smoked by the Eagles, but it was a hell of a season for those guys because they've been out there and for years, Carl, missing the playoffs since Eli left. But you've got to find a happy medium. A 4-year deal for Daniel Jones. That's literally the perfect deal. And by the way, Lamar Jackson, I just thought of something. It's not collusion if some people think a contract is asinine. It's just people saying there's no way I'm going to do that. But we've seen it before in other sports when free agents and guys try to reset the market and all of a sudden they don't reset the market.
Well, it becomes that, though, Mike, when you have all these owners in the same place and they are all talking about the same thing, and then behind closed doors, everybody's shaking their head and nodding at, we ain't doing that, right? That's when it becomes. Listen, the only reason we know John Gruden got caught with the emails is because they had emails. If that conversation is had face-to-face, nobody knows John Gruden and Bruce Allen are having those conversations. And that's the point. These owners, nobody's going to put in an email, nobody signed Lamar.
Right.
Nobody's doing that. But you're right. If you just say, hey, this contract is not for our team, it is very difficult to say, hey, teams are not or against signing Lamar Jackson for a particular price.
And the other thing is just to keep in mind, guys, whether you like the idea of it or you think it's a stupid idea because of the health concerns and the money's too much and you finally have cap space and now we're going to be trapped with a monster contract. We were never hearing a word about the Falcons in the mix for Deshaun Watson until we were in the mix.
Yeah.
St. Patrick's Day, the thing dropped, and all of a sudden it was a thing. It happened out of the blue.
Yeah, for weeks we said it could possibly happen, and everybody said, y'all are crazy. And then it happened. And then we didn't. The reason why that deal didn't happen, it wasn't us. It was them. They offered what we couldn't offer. I truly still to this day believe Deshaun would have come here, but then you go and you say, well, here's the Browns, and the Browns just went, ah!
Right.
And they vomited all over it, and they went, oh, whatever you want, oh! Right. And they gave him everything, and you went, okay, I can't refuse this, because he was in a pickle with the whole off-the-field stuff. So,
and I don't know what he's going to be with the Browns, but the small sample size last year was nothing special. There was no magic with Deshaun Watson last year in Cleveland.
Rusty, bro. I think he was really rusty. All right, as we're talking about all these things around the NFL, the other news today, as we talk about the franchise tag and what happened, the two big quarterbacks, Lamar franchise tag, Daniel Jones gets his deal. Just to put this in perspective, there are only 5 quarterbacks in the league that make over $45 million or at 45. So when you start saying, well, what does Lamar want? I don't know. But, Josh Allen's not making $45 million. Neither is Stafford or Dak. They're $40 million guys. But Rodgers, Russ, Kyler Murray, Mahomes, and Deshaun Watson. Now, Kyler Murray shouldn't be in there, but Mike, Cardinals caved. And this is another situation where owners are looking at the Bidwells and going, what are you guys doing? Like, he cried and basically erased his social media, and then they went, okay, we'll pay you, and then you fire the coach who wanted him after the season.
Right.
So, this is one of those deals where you go, that to me is a mistake, at least right now. If Kyler Murray wins two Super Bowls, I'll take that. I'll retract it. This contract right now is a mistake. He should not be in this Aaron Rodgers 4-time MVP conversation. Russell Wilson, Super Bowl winner. Mahomes, we know what he is. Deshaun Watson, just that deal played itself out, and he was in position to command that. Kyler Murray shouldn't be a $45 million guy.
No, and that's the thing. When the Arizona Cardinals, the Bidwells did what they did, the Browns did, the Jimmy Haslam did what they did. A lot of the owners are furious at these guys, and Biscott, the owner of the Ravens, kind of put it out there. That's what that added to all the drama with this contract negotiation, which came to a head. They said we'll give you the non-restricted or the non-exclusive, I should say, tag, which allows teams to pursue it. Derek Carr signed his deal, by the way. Financials are coming out, fully guaranteed. There's a big bonus up front, just $1.5 million. You're wondering, how do you make this work? Similar to Deshaun Watson's, $1.5 million fully guaranteed 23, goes up to $30 million fully guaranteed in 24, $40 million guaranteed in 25, and it's part of that is in the calendar year in March, the bonuses kick in. So the Saints can walk away from this at some point and not pay him, obviously, the full contract.
It's a 3-year, technically, $100 million deal. They have it at 4 at 160.
That's not even close.
He's not getting the $50 million in year 4. It's not going to happen. So how you structure this, and Mike, when do they need cap help? Right now. So you give him the least amount, and that's why the contract is worked that way. That's why the whole Lamar contract, people are like, oh, it won't work. I need to see how it's structured.
Right. Deshaun Watson had $1 million this year because they figured he was going to miss 8 games. So they didn't want that coming off his $30 million salary. They moved the money around, in this case, for Carr, just to give some cap relief to the Saints. Bobby Hebert thinks it's a nice fit. Still thinks they got a great defense down there.
Garrett, real quick, can we hear Rich Eisen talking about the Falcons brass, watching quarterbacks at the combine and checking out quarterbacks? And this is completely different than Lamar, but we keep saying, what do you do at 8? This is what Rich Eisen said about our Falcons front brass.
You take a look the rest of that division. One team's drafting 8th overall in Atlanta, and one team's drafting 9th overall in Carolina. Atlanta's got Desmond Ridder. And I'll tell you what, when I say in Indianapolis, there was zero buzz about Desmond Ridder. There was zero buzz about Desmond Ridder.
Overheard at combine.
To the point where Falcons are grinding tape on quarterbacks.
But yet we're not interested in Lamar. I'll wait. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We'll see how things shake out. Coming up, we saw how they shook out last night in Miami, and it was ugly. It's Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Appreciate all the input on social media and you guys getting at us via the text line as well. We'll get back into some more NFL talk on the way. Let's talk Hawks, Mike, because the Hawks had a nice lead last night, 15 points, and then we lost. It sounded and looked familiar. And for everybody who thinks Quinn Snyder's going to come in here and be the savior, and I'm not saying that in a smart aleck way, it's not how this happens. He's going to come in. He's got less than 20 games now. You try to figure out how you want to move forward to best use this roster. And, Mike, you said it. Some guys are playing more, some guys are playing less. And then when guys are playing well, they're not getting fed the ball.
Yeah, it was strange. John Collins, we had a lot of conversation yesterday. I asked you, I said, do you think that John Collins could be the odd man out in Quinn Snyder's idea of what the Hawks are going to look like, whether it's this year or moving forward next season? And, after 3 years of trade rumors, maybe it actually happens. John Collins was on pace for a 30-point night, and then they stopped giving him the ball. Now, whether that's because they didn't think he could make any jump shots late in the game, I don't know. But he finished with 17, but he kind of fizzled in the fourth. Trey had a nice night. Trey had a turnover where he just coughed it up, and that can't happen. That was a turnover with him dribbling in traffic, but nobody actually put a hand on him. So that was kind of curious. The Heat bench outscored us by a mile. They had 59 points. Who's that dude? Caleb, what's his face? Caleb Martin couldn't miss.
No,
Oladipo
43.
was strong. Yeah, and then I just thought last night, the thing that irked me, and you brought this up way before everybody else, is what is DeAndre Hunter? And DeAndre Hunter, remember, ironically, in Game 5 in Miami last year, goes for 31 before he fouled out on a bogus call. And we thought, okay, there we go. That's the guy that's your 4th overall pick in the NBA draft. And then last night, 2 wide open looks because they collapsed on Trey and DeJounte, and he couldn't hit anything. He finally hits a 3 when the game's over. This is the stuff that drives you crazy. And, by the way, we don't play any perimeter defense. Those guys could make a sandwich and then launch a 3-point from the corner before somebody got a hand in their face.
And I think they did last night. You said it, Oladipo and Martin combined to score 43. I didn't want you to think that Martin scored 43 off the bench himself, but they just did all the things that you need to do to win games. Again, Trey scored 25, 23 from DeJounte Murray. Let me ask you, is this working with those two? Is it working?
Well, it's just good. No, maybe not, but it better get figured out because you gave up too many draft picks. That's why Travis Schlenk got fired because he, amongst other things, didn't think the ask was right. Thought it was too much to get DeJounte over here.
And on a night where Trey and DJ score 25 and 23, right? You feel like it's working. Like that's the formula, and it wasn't last night. So let's hear from Quinn Snyder. First of all, he said he felt like his team responded. We're not getting the Nate quotes, flat, all the things we've talked about, slow start. Quinn Snyder talked about his team responding.
Particularly the way we started the game. We were really aggressive and defended well, and continued to do that throughout the game.
Yeah, the other thing is I asked you, I thought A.J. Griffin was going to get minutes. And maybe is it because Quinn Snyder says, he's still a rookie, and even though we thought that Nate and everybody else who's ever coached the Hawks never plays rookies, that Snyder might say Griffin could be a good 3-point shooter off the bench.
His legs are tired, Mike. It's a long season.
Well, he's hit that rookie wall, you're telling me? How can he hit the rookie wall averaging 12 minutes a game? But anyway, I thought A.J. Griffin would be a part of this. So far, so not for him. So that's a bit I'm a little disconsolate on that. Talked about.
Are you saying you already don't like the rotation?
No, I just thought A.J. Griffin would get out there. We just talked about with all the dynamic play you were getting from Miami's bench. The only thing we have going for us, aside from what Trey and DeJounte did, is Sadiq Bey. Boy, does he look good.
He does.
And matter of fact, why don't we just start him over John Collins all the time?
Well, why don't you put him out there for Hunter, Mike? That's who you need to put him out
I
there
know
for.
He's not a power forward. He's a small forward. But yes, technically. But you just gave Hunter a cut. See, there you go. Maybe we just don't have a good basketball team, Carl, and that's why we're on the outside looking in of the locked-in playoff position.
Yeah, I think Beau has played better here just as of late. Just, again, it's a small sample size, but this is why they brought him in. And he also is going to challenge Hunter. Mike, on nights where he's knocking down shots, you sit Hunter. And that's a lot because Hunter doesn't hit a lot of shots. That's just what it is. I know you guys thought I was killing him earlier in the year and I was being too hard on him. But again, this is what we get for the 4th overall pick in the draft. I just thought he'd be more of a guy, more of a dude, and he's not. I've accepted what he is, And, I keep thinking he's going to be this defensive stopper where you put him on the other team's best offensive player, and that's your job. Right. Like, I need you to score 8 points, but I need you to limit their best player and make it tough all night on him.
Like, he should be the guy that was on Bradley Beal, and Bradley Beal was killing you with all the switches. That was a couple nights ago.
Ate him up. So, next up for our Hawks, we'll see what happens as we get the Wizards on Wednesday, which is tomorrow night, 6:30 pregame. 7 o'clock tip here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And then Friday, same thing, because 2 games at the Wizards. So they get a day off Thursday, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Friday as well. As we're talking about the Hawks, let's hear Quinn Snyder talking about having to learn how to win on the road. I said this earlier. This is not game 6.
You blew a 15-point lead.
We played 60 already, and this is kind of what it is.
Yeah, I think that's where learning how to win on the road, and you got to play through those things. And I thought for the most part, we did.
Now here's the other thing: you got a lot of games with the Wizards left to play. The Heat, as it stands, if it stays like right where it is right now, we're the 8, they're the 7. We would play them. And you get. This is not a good matchup. Trey had a good night last night, but he had a turnover with the game on the line. The Heat have really had our number. This was arguably one of the better offensive outputs, other than the game we won last year in the series.
Snyder also talked about, they got to distract us sometimes, Mike. I don't know if you watch it with the officiating.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get calls, but don't we also bellyache a little too much?
I think so.
And it does get in our heads.
Well, look, a couple of weeks ago, Luka lost a game for the Mavericks, and Jason Kidd came out and was like, look, you want me to call a timeout? We get so distracted out there that, you got to have self-control. And Quinn Snyder's saying the same thing about our guys. There was
a couple times in the game where we got a little distracted, whether it was a call or, the zone or switching pick and roll. Sometimes but we recovered from it pretty quickly, I thought.
All right.
It's one of those deals last night. Let's see. I'm looking what Okongwu only had 3 fouls. Sometimes Okongwu will get in trouble when he gets out there, but he was actually okay. And Capella had 3. John Collins, his plus-minus was plus 12. I know sometimes that's not indicative of the overall performance, but for some reason they just stopped getting him the ball after he had a pretty nice start.
404-741-0929, our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can let us know what you think about the Hawks. These next few against the Wizards. Again, all of these are winnable, but you go down to Miami, you lose 2. You go on the road and lose 2 more against the Wizards. And by the way, do you think Coach Quinn Snyder's frustrated at all? I mean, he just started. But, you're just trying to incorporate some of these things, and you're close. But these are the things that you thought he might come in and be able to fix.
Right.
And we haven't been able to quite fix those things.
Nah, we're just... Maybe, and this goes back to, is we use the Parcells line, which is your record says you're a 500 team, and you don't. But the DeJounte Trey thing on nights like last night, you had a 15-point lead. It was cooking, and then all of a sudden things just kind of dried up at the end. It really did. I understand, if Trey's getting pressure, he's going to kick it to the open look. DeAndre's got to hit the open look. But I would rather have Trey taking those shots than DeAndre Hunter, all night. But they just couldn't. For some reason, they couldn't facilitate that down the stretch.
Totally agree. All right, guys, we got more to get to as we move along today. Franchise tag day in the NFL. Lots of news around the league. And as one of our listeners said, Dukes, I still don't see the Falcons going after Lamar, and I believe Ritter will be the starter. He may be. He goes on to say if the Falcons do get Lamar, then they wasted a third-round pick. Here's the deal, though. Just like no pressure to play him last year because he was a third-round pick, if he never starts for our team, and I don't know if he will, and we have to assume that he's here and he's going to, but if he never did, it's not viewed the same as if we took Ritter in the top 8. If we took him in the top 10, there's a different standard for what you expect with your quarterback, which we've had 3 top 10 picks here the last 3 years, and we hadn't used it on a quarterback. We're going to see what we do this year, but the fact is, it's not that they blew the pick because it's viewed differently. You go, all right, I got a quarterback in the 3rd round. We had a guy. We weren't sure what we wanted to do. I don't think anybody kills the Falcons around the country, Mike, saying, hey, they had a 3rd-round quarterback and he didn't pan out or they didn't think he was the guy. Nobody looks at it that way.
And again, guys, all summer long, obviously you and me were having the same conversation. We want this guy. We want Ritter to grab the brass ring, and because then you look at the Russell Wilson business model in Seattle. You're paying 3rd-round money, and maybe you found the guy. You found that Brock Purdy kind of got everybody's appetite whetted for it. Well, you don't have to be a 1st-round pick to be a star quarterback in the NFL, right? Of course, he got injured. Now all bets are off. I want Ritter to be that guy. It's just hard when you got 4 games of a sample size. And some guys, I mean, I am a Ritter fan, but I can't tell you that Ritter's going to be a successful NFL quarterback full time. And I know Lamar Jackson has had his limitations and injuries, et cetera, but he's also a guy's been an MVP. And he would electrify a big part of the fan base.
Let's just stop. He's better.
You cannot
He's
compare.
better.
Right. You
He's
cannot compare
better.
Ritter to Lamar Jackson, guys. You cannot.
No.
It's impossible.
No. He's better than a lot of guys. Right. But let's just be honest. I mean, he's better. This listener also says, to be honest with you guys, I'm not a big Lamar fan either. Okay, that's fine.
Well, guess who is a Lamar fan? My good buddy, Trey Young. Trey Young goes on Twitter, come on now, Falcons. Hands praying. Not tampering, but come on.
Okay. I hear you.
And Trey, if you're listening, what's up?
I hear you. Well, I'm glad he's down for our city to get more stars because we need it. Hey, coming up, we'll go around the yard. We'll talk some Braves here, but we'll get back to our football conversation, including what Rich Eisen said about the Falcons and our quarterback. Wait till you hear it.
2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Braves getting ready to play the Red Sox in some Grapefruit League play down in Florida. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up in less than 15 minutes. Wait until you hear what Rich Eisen had to say about the Falcons quarterback situation. It's interesting. And we will also take your phone calls coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. We've been talking about this all day. And I don't know what side of the fence you're on when it comes to Lamar Jackson. But as we open up the lines in the 6 o'clock hour, it's just simple, guys. If you're against it, I want to know why. And if you're for it, I want to know why. And if you think the Falcons, who have said that they don't have any interest, according to reports, and reports earlier today that they were interested. So I don't know. It's somewhere in between, right? Either way, if that's the case, and they're not, should they be? So we're going to take your thoughts about it coming up. And we'll give you ours in the 6 o'clock hour. As far as the Braves, Mike, Matt Olson, these new rules, right? We've got all these new rules for Major League Baseball. And Matt Olson, our first baseman, faced the shift 81% of his plate appearances last season. So you take the shift out, and all of a sudden now you start saying, okay, what is that going to do for a guy like Matt Olson? Does he hit more to the opposite side without the shift on? And more importantly, does that mean he's on base more? Is he more productive? The shift and again, all the shift was, guys, was this guy hits this amount of times to right or left field.
It's analytics.
We're going to put a guy out there. It's simple. And you don't do that, and now all of a sudden it opens up an area of the field that wasn't open last year.
And if nothing else, better for a guy like that because he can maybe be a 270 hitter. Hello.
Yeah.
And getting on base more. I just thought, and it's funny, we talked about it with Dansby when he was in studio with us last year, and it's so true. It's like, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, having Austin Riley jogging over to play short right just looks like crap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm happy to see that die like the dodo. And like Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred may be a knucklehead, but maybe they stumbled onto something. I'm watching some of these games in spring training, some of the highlights. The flow, it's moving. If you can increase offense and speed up the game, I know that there's old farts like Bob Costas probably, whatever. It is good for the game. We've got to speed it up. I don't like to reinvent the wheel. I still think the ghost runner's the stupidest thing since but the things are working. You got to admit it.
The Braves have reason to believe that Kyle Wright, the only 20-game winner last year, is still going to be ready for opening day. He is required more time to prepare for the season. But apparently, Mike, he's developing and, going through his exercises and all that stuff. He's 27.
He had a side throwing session today, according to Mark Bowman from MLB Network.
Yeah, but he's yet to appear in the spring game. So that's why they're saying they're hoping he's going to be available for opening day or at least, the first week of the season. We're going to see. 21-5, 3.19 ERA last year. Led the majors in wins. It was a breakout season. Can he do it again?
Yeah, I mean, I get it because the strikeout to whatever. Whip. Whatever you're looking for. The old days, winning 20 games is pretty darn good. But apparently now winning 9 and having obviously nobody get on base is better. I get it. But I still think this guy's got to be able to pitch. And that's why I was a little nervous about this late start to his spring training routine because of the issues. But, that you would be Max Fried and Kyle Wright, 1-2.
Strider, Morton.
Or do you feel Strider's going to eclipse him this year? Strider's just got to figure out how to pitch. Now, here's the thing. Max Fried made an effort 2 years ago to not pitch to contact.
Yeah.
Strider's a flamethrower. But part of Strider is the pitch count gets so crazy, everybody just fouling everything off. Does Strider tweak anything this year?
I can't wait to see him pitch and what adjustments he's possibly made. And things he's working on down there. He's got a lot of talent.
Right.
That's a given.
I don't like the phrase pitch to contact, but I just think sometimes you want to avoid being through 75 pitches in 3 innings.
I agree. Strider, I think, Mike, by the time we get to where we need to be, Strider, it'll be Fried, Strider, and then potentially Wright. But we need Wright to have another good year. Charlie Morton, obviously, that's your 4. And then Ian Anderson, he gave up, one unearned run over 2 1/3 innings against the Yankees. That was Sunday. And then Bryce Elder threw 3 scoreless against Houston on Friday. So those are the 2 guys that are vying for that 5th rotation spot.
And on the top end, you already mentioned Fried looked great. Fried has looked totally locked in. So whatever the end of the season last year with the stomach issues, that's long, long gone. He looks dominant.
All right. Are you going to watch any of the World Baseball Classic?
Well, I got to be honest. There's a lot of star power in this one. It's not like you got some guy who's playing for like the Toledo Mud Hens. You've got Imagine, by the way, you're an Angels fan and Mike Trout is playing in this.
Sweet.
Mike Trout, who you'd rather have in bubble wrap and then not have him do anything until the season starts with all the injuries that he's endured. But there's a lot of guys. Wainwright's going to pitch. He's getting up there in age. But you do have a lot of all-stars in this. Arenado's going to play as well.
Yeah. Ohtani's playing for Japan.
And we know Acuna's going to play for, so that's – I mixed blessings on that. I just don't really like the idea of extra wear and tear for Ronald Acuna. He's going to – there's a difference between a spring training game and actually representing your country and going for it.
No doubt. I mean, it's something that's going to happen. We can't run from it. I know the Braves – all these teams say we want our guys to participate and play. Deep down, I don't know if they want that, especially your mega stars and the guys that you're really counting on. Because God forbid, knock wood,
Right.
if something happens to Trout, Mike, that's 120 RBI that they're looking for. And by the way, they got all that. They got Ohtani. They got Trout. They're not winning anything. That's a team that's not going anywhere. They got all this star power. But I'm with you. That's the worst concern when these guys go out and play in the World Baseball Classic is something happens, now I got to deal with it.
In the division, for what it's worth, Jose Quintana has got a rib injury, so he will not be pitching for Colombia. It's a Mets player, by the way, for those who don't know, starting pitcher for the Mets. He's a little banged up.
All right, 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line, getting you caught up on the latest with the Braves. I do hope that Matt Olson is more productive, but it's not like he was a chump last year.
No.
He had a really good year.
He's kind of like on his career average. The average was down just a little bit, but I think there was a lot of pressure on him coming in and filling in for Freddie. There was a lot of stuff he tried to downplay and didn't really address for the most part. But yeah, there were some things. Now he did. What was it? Was it end of August into September? He had a brutal stretch, and then he sort of came out of it in time for the playoffs. But of course, by that time, this team was kind of cooked.
If he can give you, without the shift, if you're saying that's another 25 hits. He's going to have a really good season. I mean, a special kind of season. And to be quite honest, I think Riley, Acuna, depending on what money does, we could have 3 or 4 guys that could be in the MVP mix, Mike, when you start talking about this team from an offensive standpoint. Yeah. I think, and I know everybody's on the Mets, and you can be. Good luck with that. We had the best offense in the National League. And I know people are looking at the Mets and they're going, oh, they added all this pitching. Our lineup is still killer. It really is when you look at it.
The thing about also, make sure I get the numbers right. He batted 169 for September.
Okay.
So he went into that late swoon. And then for what it's worth, the small sample size in October, he batted 300, including the home run against Miami down the stretch. And then he went one of the few guys who had some RBIs. Let's be honest, the Philly series, they just completely conked out. Fried looking like he did. Strider's issue, that just took all the wind out of your sails. But Matt Olson did struggle down the stretch and kind of regrouped in October.
Yeah. It felt like we just couldn't do anything in that series.
Right.
I don't know what the reasoning was.
Max Fried getting beat was a gut punch.
It was. That was a big one. You're right. All right, guys, 404-741-0929. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. We're going to come back. We'll reset everything. If you're just tuning in, however you're listening to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show, smart speaker, headphones, you're on your computer, you're listening in the car. Lots of stuff going on around the NFL today, including the latest with the Falcons. And the Falcons had to make a decision on our right tackle. They did, and what does it mean moving forward? You have to assume, Mike, that now we got to go into this draft and draft a right tackle.
Yeah, now if you're going to, I know, boy, oh boy, all the fans who think this is a Madden game are going to be so excited we get Skaronski from Northwestern at tackle. Exactly. If you thought there was a lukewarm reaction to Mercedes-Benz when Drake London got drafted last year. But no, it's something we need. Whether or not there's another idea, or maybe, you know what? Maybe every NFL team now is going to – the list, by the way, it's hysterical. Every team in the world, even the Chiefs who got – everyone, we are not interested in Lamar Jackson. The Dolphins just put out a communique that they're not interested in Lamar Jackson.
Come on now. This is ridiculous.
I think the NFL Players Association has put this guy into a terrible position where he may now take it in the shorts and have to come back, worst-case scenario for Lamar Jackson, cap in hand to the Ravens and pay their price.
Let me ask you this. With all the baggage that Deshaun Watson had, everybody was interested. And you're telling me all of a sudden now memos are going out.
Right.
They're putting out official statements just to basically keep their name out your mouth.
Right. I mean, the only guy that hasn't issued a statement is the Ravens. The Ravens are not interested in Lamar Jackson. So it is a little unusual, but the Falcons are one of those teams which have made it clear to their media minions they are not interested in Lamar Jackson.
I don't believe it. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on the latest around the NFL. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
#1 sports talk show in Atlanta for your ride home.
All right, Beau Morgan, what's happening today, man?
Feel good today. I got a haircut, first haircut in 3 months, and I finally downloaded the Chick-fil-A app. Well, I found a gift card in my bag for Chick-fil-A.
I think it was from Mike.
So I got a free Chick-fil-A. I got a haircut. I got the free Chick-fil-A.
What's the damn question?
Thank you, Chris.
Listen, this is all about me.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Usually is. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, we got to talk. And in 15 minutes, we're going to open up the phone lines for you to chime in, all right? And this is simple. With Lamar Jackson's news today, he gets the non-exclusive tag. It basically, if he stays there, right, it allows him to talk to other teams, but if he stays there, he's going to get $32 million. You say that's a lot of money, and it is. But if they put the exclusive tag on him, he would have gotten $45 million, and it allowed Baltimore to control Jackson's contract rights and any trade talks. They decided to not do that. And for me, it screams, we're done. Because you didn't respect him enough to put the exclusive tag on him. He's a quarterback. He should be in that range. And you said, no, we're going to put him on the non-exclusive tag. So, Mike, if he ends up somewhere else, I don't know, Atlanta, then they will get 2 first-round picks as compensation. It's built in. There's no additional stuff that goes along with this. So this is where the Ravens have been now for 25 months and trying to figure out a long-term deal. And today they finally do the non-exclusive tag on Lamar Jackson.
Right. So you could argue that you go give 2 first-round picks, which is less than what we would have had to given the Texans for Deshaun Watson. Remember what that package was. There was a lot of conditional picks in second rounds. So you've been giving up less.
You're saying this is cheaper?
Well, not necessarily, because you then have to give him $250 million guaranteed. And that's the rub. A lot of guys are hitting us up on that. We'll get your phone calls, as Carl mentioned, coming up later. But there is why you've got the Dolphins, the Washington Commanders, the Carolina Panthers, the Atlanta Falcons, Manchester United, the Tokyo Giants will not pursue Lamar Jackson. I mean, everybody is on this, man.
You know why? Because it's poker. Nobody is going to say that they're in on it. They don't want people to know. Do you guys really believe like half the league is not in on this?
Well, I mean, 2 ways of looking at it. We got into the weeds of this, so I'll make it quick. Talked about this the other day. Beau, our producer, brought this up, SquidBilly. The NFL, remember, Lamar doesn't have an agent, so his camp was getting advice and input from the NFL Players Association. They want to see guaranteed contracts become a thing like the NBA, like MLB. And as we can see, it's nice to give a guy, $60 million a year and he doesn't want to play every game. That's not where we want to go with the NFL. In this case, you could argue that they are putting him out there like a Kurt Flood with free agency back in the late 60s in a position where he's going to be this sort of test case. And this guy might literally get nothing and have to go back to the Ravens and beg for some money. Or was he going to sit out?
No,
going to do the Le'Veon Bell thing? Well, I'm just curious. No, I know what you're saying. You're saying this is a bunch of nonsense and it's poker. But what if everybody in the NFL says, Jimmy Haslam, you're a moron, and we're not going to pay this kind of money for a guy who's been injured the last couple of seasons?
It's an owner problem. It's not a player problem. Deal with Jimmy Haslam. Put something new in the CBA moving forward that you don't have to deal with this and fuss at other owners. It's not a player problem. I don't blame Deshaun Watson for what he got. I'm not blaming any of these guys. As much as I don't think Kyler Murray was worthy, I don't blame him for what he got. I can't talk about what Russ got. You ask. That's what he's doing. Now, he still can get $32 million on this non-exclusive tag. It's not like it's chump change. It's just not the long-term deal that he would want if, in fact, he goes out and talks to all these teams. We don't know which ones he's going to talk to. And they say, no.
Based on social media, nobody's going to
right,
talk
yeah,
to
exactly.
him.
No. And then he says, okay, fine, I'm going to go back and play with the Ravens. He's going to get $32 million. But then you're back here again. And so it doesn't really solve anything. And I think, as I've told you guys, this divorce was bound to happen, and now it has. The thing that I want to know from you is, how do you not look at this? And why do you not look at this? If you're a Falcon fan, and one of our fans just hit us up, Mike Russo says, fellas, my PSL value would skyrocket if we got a guy like Lamar Jackson.
That's true.
Here's the deal. I just want to know where you're at on this. I know many of you are saying it's Ritter. I want you to hear Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen, NFL Network, talking about the Falcons, looking at the quarterback tape from the combine and grinding on the tapes because they want to make sure that they're doing everything they can to know about these quarterbacks that are going to be drafted. But listen to what he says about Ritter.
You take a look the rest of that division. One team's drafting 8th overall in Atlanta, and one team's drafting 9th overall in Carolina. Atlanta's got Desmond Ridder, and I'll tell you what, when I say in Indianapolis, there was zero buzz about Desmond Ritter. There was zero buzz about Desmond Ritter.
Overheard at Combine.
To the point where Falcons are grinding tape on quarterbacks.
But yet you don't want to look at this.
No, and this goes back to, I mean, guys, we wanted to will this thing into being that Desmond Ridder can be our franchise quarterback for years and hopefully catch some magic like Russell Wilson or what they thought Dak was when the Cowboys got him in the 4th round. I just don't know how you can definitively look at those 4 games and say you saw enough. I think we can all agree we needed to see more about Desmond Ridder if you ever want to put him up over a Bryce Young or trading up for a Bryce Young, over a C.J. Stroud, over a Will Levis, over an Anthony Richardson, who's a really high-risk prospect. We know that.
He is.
But one thing if you can ever get your head around this massive contract, you cannot say you wouldn't take Lamar Jackson over Ridder. The guy's a proven MVP. Now, there's been some issues and there's chinks in the armor the last 2 seasons. You can't deny that, but he's still better than what Ridder has put out there.
Yeah,
that's you can't argue that.
But let's just talk about the buzz for a second, because this is the other factor. And before we take your phone calls, I said this earlier. A lot of the folks that either you guys listen to and you see their information about our teams, and with all due respect, everybody's got sources. I know who I know. I don't know who you know. The fact of the matter is, they're not here at Mercedes-Benz on Sundays when we roll into the stadium and we know and feel the vibe. And the part of this is, whether you like it or not, or whether you think Ridder is the right choice, or whether we're making a mistake, facts are facts. And the fact is, we don't move the needle. We just don't. We've been boring. Coach Art has even come on our show and said, we got to score more points. Right. That's not me. That's our head coach. He knows what the deal is. And if all of a sudden we become the most high-profile, prolific offense in the NFL, I'll sit back here and I'll twirl, batons or whatever the hell he wants me to do if we're putting up 37 a night. But we're not doing that, and we haven't done it for a very long time. And the question I ask you, Atlanta, is as this plays out and you have a chance to at least look at this, Terry Fontenot, you're not going to do it when you know we're lacking that? When you know the electricity and the energy and the buzz about our organization is blah? That's not me. That's Rich Eisen saying that.
Right. And again, we were in the mix, whether it was Arthur Blank driving the bus, I mentioned this earlier in the show, or it was Fontenot. And look, if it was Fontenot and Arthur's right, I'm not a meddler, you nitwits, then it was Fontenot. You tried to get into a poker game over Deshaun Watson. You had a short stack. You had no chance to beat what the Cleveland Browns were. And unfortunately, in the offing, Matt Ryan had to be given away for nothing.
Stack.
We had a short stack.
Okay.
We had nothing to leave here. Get your passion out of
I'm
this.
sorry.
No, but you
back to that
you
swinger
stole,
story.
You stole my thunder, though. I said this earlier in the show. I go to every single freaking home game. I'm such a dork. I had a perfect attendance pin last year. This team is we know there's elements like Grady you like, and you may like a guy like Pitts. Of course, Pitts got banged up. But there's no buzz. I go and I sit there in a half-empty stadium. I show the pictures on Twitter at Mike Bell ATL. The only thing I got behind me are fans of other teams because it's so easy to get the tickets. I would love to create some buzz, and I know that there's 5 or 6 different ways you can build a franchise. But I don't think you guys should immediately squash the idea of Lamar Jackson because we haven't been to the playoffs in 5 seasons. And as Carl just pointed out, all you guys who want to practice sound financials, well, yes, and Dansby, the Braves should never think about Dansby's money. Well, Dansby was willing to take $30 million off the top to stay in Atlanta. And we have no idea what the shortstop position is going to be going into the season. But no. You guys who are the wizards of, spreadsheets, want to tell me, oh, no, we can't do that. I mean, fortune favors the bold. At some point, we've got to reset this thing. And I know the ask and the risk is high with Lamar Jackson, but I just can't believe you guys immediately cross your arms and go, nope. I can't wrap my head around that mindset, Carl.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Trae Young has even tweeted, come on now, Falcons. Praying hands. Not tampering, but come on.
Yeah, my boy's into it, man. My buddy Trae and I were besties. We both want to get Lamar Jackson over here.
It would do something for our city that we haven't had. And the unfortunate thing about this is we're not talking bad about Desmond Ridder. I want to see what kind of quarterback he is, but I can't dismiss this. I just can't. When one of the best players in your league is available, you got to at least have the conversation. What do you guys think? We're going to open up the phone lines, 404-741-0929. You for it? You're against it. Are you all in on Ritter? And if you are, tell me why. That's really what this is. Because we today made the decision as the Falcons to not franchise tag Caleb McGarry, which means we're probably going to have to go in the draft and get a right tackle, which is fine. I'm not going to spend that money on McGarry, which means I'm not going to go pay one of the guys that are sitting in front of him in the pecking order in the free agent market because they're going to be more expensive. So you didn't buy into him, getting $17 million, which was the tag number.
Because Orlando Brown, by the way, to Carl's point, Orlando Brown is going to reset the tackle market from Kansas City at age 26. It's going to be the highest paid offensive tackle in the league.
And I'm fine with that. I didn't want to overpay for Caleb McGarry. Guys, I don't want to overpay for hardly anybody. When you start doing that, that's when you find yourself, Julio, in the situation where we were, where you're extending guys when it's not time to extend them, or you're giving them more money when you shouldn't, or you're just flat out overpaying them. Here's the other things that are going on real quick, Mike. Aaron Rodgers is meeting with the Jets brass. Woody Johnson's flying to California. That could mean that this could be done here in a couple of days. We'll see. But he got permission to speak to the Jets. Daniel Jones also got his deal today. 4 years, $160 million, $35 million in incentives, and it's $82 over the first 2 years. They're basically paying him out over the first 2 years, and then we'll see where year 3 is. If there's no production or lack thereof, we'll move on. I think it's a good deal for the Giants. The other thing the Giants did today is they franchise tag Saquon Barkley, so they keep their quarterback. He's under contract. And now Saquon, if you can't work out a long-term deal, he will play under the tag, which is $10 million for him. Lots of things around the NFL going on. The other thing, Mike, as we talked about,
well, Derek Carr, of course, started the whole thing today. Derek Carr signs with the deal. It's a big, over $100 million deal, but he's not going to see half of that. There's a lot of fugazi in that contract, but he is going to make about $75 million. Check that, 50, because there's $50 million in a non-guaranteed year in 26. So it's a nice contract, but it's basically a 3-year deal.
3 years, $100 million. The fourth year is a $50 million
That's the
payout.
one. That's the one.
It's not going to happen. But it looks good, and it looks comparable to what he got with the Raiders. That is. The Raiders are looking at potentially adding Garoppolo. That news is out there. And then, Mike, the other thing with the 49ers is Purdy is going to go under the knife. He's supposed to go under the knife today. That's 6 months from now, recovery time.
So he's not going to be ready to start the season, and because they have so much swelling in that forearm elbow that they had to wait to do the surgery. So there's a lot of up in the air. I mean, I don't think they ever go back to Garoppolo. That's why I thought Carr might have been an option for the 49ers, but they're going to try to ride it out, and maybe Trey Lance starts a bunch of games. Oof.
All right, 404-741-0929. Garrett is producing today behind the glass. Turtle's coming up after us. He's filling in for John Chuckery tonight, by the way. We will take your phone call. And it's plain and simple. For Lamar? Not for it. If so, why? Why not? And if you're all Ritter, all in, why? This is about getting the best guys on your team, and we have a chance to do that. And everybody around the league is putting out memos saying they're not interested.
I just think the $250 million guaranteed, which he's guesstimated to be wanting, nobody's going to touch that. And we're going to see. We're going to see where this goes. But again, Falcons are not alone in giving this thing the Heisman.
All right, your call's next on Dukes and Bell.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
We're talking about the Falcons and what they are doing, what they are not doing. I want to read this to you because this is interesting as we talk about the teams that say they're not interested. And a lot of people are saying, okay, wait a minute, what's going on here? It's kind of weird that these teams are coming out and saying, oh, no, we're not going to talk to Lamar. Falcons, Dolphins, Panthers, Commanders, Raiders. There are a lot of teams that don't have quarterback number one on their roster right now. And if you believe that Desmond Ridder is QB1, so be it. But at the end of the day, we don't feel like the commitment because, again, Arthur Smith has not come out and said, oh, by the way, there's no competition. There's nothing going on here. He's our guy. We've not heard that from our general manager, our head coach, nor the owner. So I want to hear from you guys at 404-741-0929. You for at least talking to him, finding out what the deal is, potentially trying to do a deal. You're not for it. And are you all in on Desmond Ridder? Where are you at right now with our current situation? We want to start with Kevin. Kevin, you're up on sports. Or is it Devin? Devin, you're up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, how do you feel?
Hey, man, listen, I got a great house in Kansas City. It's a 2-bedroom with a finished basement right by the lake if y'all looking on trying to buy some property. Just throwing that out there. But look, I'm going to say this. Atlanta Falcons, you go get Lamar Jackson. It makes no sense if you would go after Deshaun Watson, but you wouldn't go for Lamar Jackson that's proven. I don't give a damn about Desmond Ridder if I know I can get a proven MVP. And let me 2 quick points. When I was going to the game, I was going to the Georgia Dome. I've seen Vic, I've seen Matt Ryan, Julio, Roddy. We had entertainment in that building. It was full. If I can look on my TV in Kansas City and see that Mercedes-Benz Stadium is halfway full, I know you guys see it.
Right.
If this is my thing, if we go get Lamar Jackson and we have to give up 2 first-rounders, Terry Fontenot, we got to look at it too. I didn't know that we only had one pick per draft. You got 6 more picks. And our team, if you look, we got most of our guys that are stars on this team. Most came from later round. Do your job. Go get Lamar. Build this team. Let's get it.
Devin, thank you.
So he'll be moving here from Kansas City. That's why he's listing his house. If we were getting, for those not catching the inference from Devin there. All right, let me just throw this at you while we get another call queued up. The idea that if the sample size was so small, you can't compare him to Lamar Jackson. That's not fair. But if I could get you Javon Hargrave and we get Frank Clark in here at age 29, Hargrave's 30. We've already signed Lorenzo Carter. We've got young pass rushers. That would be an unbelievable defensive line. That'd be a hell of a defense. And then you could argue, I'm not putting up there with the Bucs and the Ravens Super Bowl teams, but that's a real good enough defense where you can evolve with a young Desmond Ridder.
True enough. And, you know, we got to see what signings happen through free agency, all the guys you're talking about that are available. By the way, I do want to put this out there. Lamar, this is why I think it's bullcorn. Lamar has a 73% winning percentage. 45-16, Mike, in the NFL. The only guys that have won and have a higher clip are Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, and a guy named Roger Staubach. Right now in his career. And you're not interested?
No. I mean,
come on.
We've talked about this. I just, you have to be in this conversation unless, as we said earlier, the injury component he's missed. For a guy to demand guaranteed money north of Watson, that's $250 million. And I understand why some Falcon fans are skittish, because we finally come out of the other end of the tunnel out of cap hell for the better half of a decade. And then you want to go dive down on a guy who may not be able to give you 17 weeks of football. That's the question. That's why when you and I would debate this the last few months, like, I'm a big Jackson guy as an MVP, but the production, the touchdowns, the turnovers, 1 and 3 in the playoffs, same as Matt Ryan, by the way, through his first 4 playoff games.
Let's talk to Rob on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Rob, where are you at on this? Welcome in. Hey, man.
Hey, guys, what's going on? So, listen, man, this is my thoughts on this. You know, we had one of the best running games last year in the NFL, period. And we didn't have a great offensive line. We had an okay offensive line. You do not need a dynamic running quarterback. Your guy, Desmond Ridder, went 500 in his rookie debut. He won 2 out of 4 games. No interceptions, no picks. I watched this man 2 years ago take a beating against one of the best defensive teams in UGA in the playoffs, and he kept getting back up. He kept playing the game. Even though it was out of reach, he kept coming back in the game. He risked his draft status to get back in the game to play with his teams. But you can't teach heart. And this guy's got heart. If there's anything this team needs, it's heart, man.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, the Peach Bowl game, that was kind of a coming out party. A lot of people to see what Ritter was about. Then took Georgia's best punch, and that was a low-scoring game. Remember that one? But he talked about Alabama. Didn't embarrass himself against Bama in that semifinal.
Let's talk to Ike. Ike, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're trying to figure out where you guys are. You want to talk to Lamar? You in on Lamar? You're all about Ritter. Where you at, Ike? Hey, man.
No. Hey, this is a defensive draft. I mean, this is defense. You have to every free agent bullet you have to spend on your defense. But I will give you another scenario. How about if you brought in a veteran quarterback you both know very well to challenge Ritter, and if that veteran quarterback can beat Ritter out, then you know he wasn't the guy from the beginning, and that's Jameis Winston. He'll be cheap. He'll solve your backup problem, and I think you need to spend all your money on defense.
I only think with Jameis, and I was a big Jameis fan. I thought the Saints were going to kick butt. He went backwards again. Everything that happened before he got injured was great, and he hasn't been the same guy since. And Sean Payton's not here to work with him. Not that Arthur Smith couldn't do something Sean Payton does. I don't know. I would go get somebody like a Teddy Bridgewater or a Jacoby Brissett for that job. Jameis, to me, is damaged goods.
As far as spending all of your draft picks on one side of the ball, nobody does that. It's never happened. And I've been a big proponent, trust me, over the years of covering the NFL, saying, hey, our offense has a problem. Go draft 5 guys on the offensive line. It doesn't happen. Teams have to be calculated in how they draft and maneuver through the draft. And I hear what you're saying, but they're not going to spend all 6 or 7 or 8 picks on the defense. It's not going to happen.
Well, remember the Eagles, if you guys take it back, this is before, obviously, the Super Bowl season. They had that famed dream team back in 2006 where they went crazy.
Free agency.
And they went free agency, and it didn't coalesce. But I am interested in 2 things. I really want Javon Hargrave. I think that's got to be the centerpiece. Again, Fontenot may have a completely different idea about this, Carl. Part of the reason he's here is he went and got as a baller on a budget because the Saints were always jammed up against the cap to find the right type of free agent that didn't break the bank. But to me, to go get elite edge rusher, defensive tackle, draft the rest. I know that the Colts went running. They went tackle, first and second round. You can do that, but that's not giving you 5 or 6 picks to your defense or offense.
You're not drafting.
But the
5
Colts
or 6
did fix their.
linemen.
But the Colts were able to fix their offensive line. The Eagles and the Chiefs both fixed their offensive line by committing their first 2 draft picks to O-line
And free agency.
And free agents, but the draft was a component for both the Eagles and the Chiefs.
It was, but the revamped Chiefs line, they went out and got guys. You have to commit half and half. You're not going to do all in. You're not going to even in free agency. You're not going to go spend your money on 4 offensive linemen.
Well, we are going to have to go get a tackle now. Whether that means we're definitely going to draft the tackle first or second round. That's fine. By the way, I got to be honest. SquidBilly brought up a good point. If you went with Lamar Jackson, you've actually drafted some good pieces. Kyle Pitts is going to want wide receiver money potentially if he gets healthy and does another Pro Bowl season. Lindstrom is going to want to be one of the highest paid guards in the league. That's where you get into trouble with the getting back in a big cap hit like Lamar Jackson's going to be.
Yeah, but you're projecting. I need to see these guys continue to develop and play.
I think we all know Lindstrom is a solid piece.
He is, Mike. But God forbid, what if something happens? And then, I can't project that far out to say, absolutely, this guy's going to get this amount of money right now. You just can't do that. Let's talk to Kareem up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Kareem, how are you feeling about this? Where you at? Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Talk to us, Kareem.
Hey, listen, fellas. Lifelong Atlanta boy, born and raised, big Falcon fan. Hence the reason my trucking company is Falcon Truck. But I digress. Yes, we go get Lamar Jackson. And this is the reason why Dukes and Bell, is going to create a buzz in the city. Mr. Blank wants his seats filled. But not only to that, Lamar wins ball games. And he's a great fit for Coach Smith's offense. Coach Smith isn't like a Shanahan dialing up exotic plays. So we're still going to be a run-first team. You got Algier and CP. They're going to run the ball. Lamar runs when he needs to.
True.
You dial him up when needed to Pitts and Drake London. Get one more possession, receiver. Make some moves to shore up your trenches. And, man, we're a playoff team.
Yeah. It sounds.
Every Sunday, the Mercedes is full.
Oh, Kareem, it sounds really good. See, this is the easy part, right? When you lay that out and you put that down and you start writing, this is what this is going to look like, it looks really good. The problem is you still have to get a deal done with Lamar. And that is, right, the sticking point that we are not sure about. I keep saying, I don't know what the guaranteed money is. I know what's been reported. At some point, we're going to figure it out. It's just like with Daniel Jones. When you see his contract and you start to see how they laid this out, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but Lamar Jackson has had 2 years to do a deal with the Ravens and couldn't come to terms. He doesn't have an agent. He's taking advice from the Players Association. They want to push for guaranteed contracts. If the SI article that came out 2 weeks ago is accurate, he wants more guaranteed money than Deshaun Watson got. That's like nearly $250 million.
Mike, he's not getting that.
Well,
and here's the deal. It doesn't matter what team it is. If you're telling me he's going to be, and again, what's the per year average? What's it look like? What's the guarantee, the medical injury guarantee? All of those things, when you start breaking down these contracts that really matter, like at the end of the day, this is the money I'm going to actually see. I think he's not going to get there, but he's going to be close.
Well, and then here's the other thing. And let me throw this at you, just for argument's sake. I like Lamar Jackson. I've always thought he should have got the contract done 2 years ago. What happens if Lamar Jackson signs with you, $250 million, whatever it's going to be, and then Joe Burrow resets the contract mark?
He will.
And then is Lamar going to come to me and say, I need $1 more because Joe Burrow hasn't been an MVP yet?
No, because Lamar's been asking for 2 years to get a deal done.
Yeah, but that's the Ravens' problem. That was my problem.
It's been neglected, and so therefore he's going on to another team. And I think, I said this to you earlier, I think it's almost a screw you to the Ravens and saying, you know what, I'll take a little bit less because you guys didn't respect me while I was there.
Well, that's why you'd love to see Atlanta, not just everybody. That's why we get into this collusion. I'm not saying collusion, but everybody's bending over backwards to say they're not doing this. We'll continue this conversation, guys. We got a good thing going, I think, with this one.
All right, you want to take calls?
Yeah. Let's keep rolling.
404-741-0929. We will do that with more of your phone calls. Appreciate you guys dialing us up. This is about you. Right. We want to know where you at. You know where I'm at. You know where Mike's at.
So tonight's game winner, just an extension. Yay or nay on Lamar. Let's do it.
All right. You got the number. 404-741-0929. Your calls coming up.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And the winner is... Time to take the game winner on Dukes and Bell. Your last chance to sound off on today's show. So don't stink. Call now, 404-741-0929. Today's question...
Yeah, we're just keeping a conversation rocking about Lamar Jackson. Everybody and their uncle has said, we are not interested. We will not be pursuing Lamar Jackson.
Lies!
And I will say this. If everybody is trying to teach this young man of the Players Association a lesson... and let the dust settle. Let's just ask you before we get to the calls. You think that, like, by this time next week, we're still talking about Lamar Jackson? There's no rumors about him being linked to a team?
No, listen.
You think this is going to be like, what do they call that? Japanese inspection? When the lettuce sits on the dock and they never inspect it and it just goes bad after 10 days? I mean, what are we talking about here?
We're talking about free agency starting on the 15th, and Lamar will be in negotiations with other teams, and then the Ravens will have a chance to match it, and this thing will get done one way or the other. Here's the deal. He's not losing. He goes back to the Ravens. He's still getting $32 million.
Right.
It's just allowing him to negotiate with other teams to say, hey, are you willing to pay more? And if they are, the Ravens say, hey, we'll match it. Great. If not, they're going to get their 2 first-round picks, Mike, and move on. And if you're the Ravens, by the way, what's your contingency plan for a team that all of a sudden was a playoff team and now you feel good enough that you can just keep rolling without Lamar? I don't even know who their quarterback number one is.
You could argue that if you do let Lamar, again, once these teams, if they are in fact just sandbagging, once they stop sandbagging and get serious about negotiating with Lamar Jackson, then you go take those 2 first-round picks and you move up and you go get your quarterback.
Yep, and that's what they'll probably do.
All right, we got Mike in Ackworth. We're just going to continue the conversation. Basically, it's not even rapid fire. We're just keeping a very hot-button issue going. Hey, Mikey. Hey, man, you're in the game. What you got?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Huge fan here. Love what you guys do every single weeknight, man. It's the highlight of my day. But, hey, real quick, as a man who's in business and does business deals all day long, right? So if Lamar Jackson has not got a deal done in 2 years, right, and obviously this man is an MVP caliber quarterback, once-in-a-lifetime generational talent, and the Ravens can't lock Lamar up, and then day one we have, 6, 7, 8 teams out here saying, oh, we're not interested. Something tells me we're not seeing something going on behind closed doors, guys. I feel like something is in the mix, something's in the water that teams are afraid to lock in Lamar long term and not pay this man that money. I'm totally game for getting a quarterback. I don't think Ritter's the answer. But, hey, I'd rather take my chances on a guy like Justin Fields, draft up, get C.J. Stroud, maybe take a chance on Anthony Richardson a couple years down the line. He turned out to be, Jalen Hurts. That's my take. But something's telling me we need to stay very, very far away from Lamar Jackson.
All right. Great phone call, by the way. And Justin's not available. The Bears have not made Justin available through trade.
That's official. He's not going to be traded. They're going to trade out of number one, but they're not trading their quarterback. They're going to give him another year.
But here's the deal. You go back 2 years ago when this process started, and the Ravens were all in, and they have been, and they've been saying all the right things. Again, if you love me, show me. The problem is, as guys continue to get deals and the money change, the Ravens could have locked him in 2 years ago at a lot less rate. Lamar just wanted the guaranteed money. Now that the money has changed, it's not on Lamar, that the market has changed. And Mike just mentioned, it's going to change when Joe Burrow gets his, and we continue to go through this quarterback carousel of these young guys who are going to get their next deals. So this is on the Ravens. I don't think there's anything when you start talking about where this is now. It wasn't there 2 years ago when he said, hey, I'm ready to do a deal. You guys ready to do a deal? And Eric DeCosta was like, yeah, we're going to do a deal. And then you saw Josh Allen get his deal, and he didn't get anything. And then you saw guys,
Kyler Murray.
And then you saw Russ get another deal, and they didn't do anything. And the money was not what this is now, where we're talking about a Deshaun Watson kind of deal. So that's what I would tell you in regards to why this negotiation has been going on for so long. And then now, guys, I said this earlier, both parties are dug in, okay? Lamar's like, I'm not coming off of this because you guys have disrespected me. I've been putting in the work. I've done everything you guys have asked me to do. You still have not paid me. And now the Ravens are saying, well, we can't do this because we can't do what the Browns have done. So now you've got both parties, and that's why they did what they did today.
And the other aspect to it, as we said, now this is where it gets a little off in the weeds. But last week on Wednesday, ESPN said he wants fully guaranteed money more than Deshaun Watson. They're standing by that story. So, well, if that's the case, nobody's going to give that.
Others have come out, though, and said he has not asked for that.
But
he's not asked for fully guaranteed money.
Whatever he wants, it's certainly obviously more than Kyler Murray. It's more than Russell Wilson. And I still believe it's more than Deshaun Watson got. you are not going to get an owner because, again, just because Jimmy Haslam decided to be a moron, nobody else is going to go do the same thing. Now, down the road, if the Players Association sits and it's draft night and Lamar Jackson hasn't been talked to by anybody, then the NFL Players Association will start a collusion lawsuit. But right now, the NFL does not want to see this guaranteed contract thing become the norm. And now Lamar Jackson's going to be the test case for it, like Kurt Flood was in free agency back in the day against the reserve clause.
We'll see. I don't know if it's going to go that far. Art and AJ, all you guys, we appreciate the call. We're up against it. Turtle is actually filling in tonight for John Chuckery. What do you got coming up, Turtle?
Oh, you know.
Hold on.
I know.
Make sure his mic is on.
As an engineer / producer / talk show host, isn't that just a buzzkill?
Well, I do feel for the guys behind the scenes because, when it happens to the best of us, it can certainly happen to the worst of us.
All right, so what were you saying? What do you got coming up?
Well, I think there might be something going on with Lamar Jackson, Carl, that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
I am in a no quarterback zone.
Uh-oh.
We do not, and I mean the Falcons. Take a quarterback, period.
Okay.
Not drafting, not through free agency. He wants no quarterback. He's standing by Desmond Ridder.
All right. I can't wait to hear this.
He gets the full season, Carl.
I can't wait to hear this.
And also the Hawks thing.
All right. Fair enough. Turtle's coming up. Stay right there. Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Chuck Smith for stopping by. Also, Bobby Hebert stopped by. He talked about Derek Carr going to the Saints. Very good interview, guys. Go check it out. In the middle of that conversation, I think the news was either right before Lamar broke or right after. And he was talking about the Falcons making that move and saying how it would galvanize the city as well. Right. Bobby knows. He's been here. He knows.
He's that'd be the best quarterback in the division. That's over, obviously, Derek Carr, who is a nice piece, but more of a stopgap on what turns out to be a 3-year deal.
All right, tomorrow, guys, we're talking Hawks at Wizards. We're talking more about what went down today in the NFL. And by the way, as I said, legal tampering is right around the corner. Free agency middle of the month. We're going to see a lot of this stuff shake out. Guy hit me up today. He said, what about Frank Clark?
Yeah.
We love it.
Yeah, I mean, Javon Hargrave, Frank Clark. I mean, the thing is, though, do you do that move when you still have as many holes to fill, or is that the move you do when you're already a playoff caliber team that needs to be a Super Bowl caliber team? That's the question. And maybe Fontenot just does a lot of worker bees and we don't go for the big splashes in free agency.
Then how good are we going to be?
Well, I hope that's not the case. I'm telling you.
I mean, see, when you say that, you're telling me we're playing to be average. I'm not playing to be average.
But you and I were joking around off the air, and I tweeted it earlier. In my 25 years as a Falcon fan, I've gotten what I wanted twice.
3 times.
Mike Vick, and then Vic Beasley. We did one Beasley at the time, and then Alex Mack.
Yeah. All right, guys. Garrett, great job for filling in today. Beau Morgan, executive producing. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Yeah, our producer / engineer / host said it. Chris is right. The Hawks are what they are. Parcells said it. It applies to every sport. And I thought maybe Quinn Snyder could come in and we could catch a little magic. A.J. Griffin's not getting on the floor. John Collins and DeAndre Hunter are as inconsistent as ever. And unfortunately, Trey last night, they actually did a nice job. He and DeJounte against a team which had really killed him, but they blew a 15-point lead. DeAndre can't hit some shots. Yeah, I'm sitting here. The only guy I'm really excited about right now is Sadiq Bey. I'm looking forward to seeing him next year. But it's really hard to envision this team making a run because right now, guess who'd have to play in the playing game? The Heat.
Danny Dimes got his money. You know why? Because when you have one, you pay him. It's hard to start over. When you think you can just go pick these guys off the tree and you're going to be back in the same position, it doesn't work that way. $82 million fully guaranteed. That's a $160 million deal, 4 years for Daniel Jones. Is he the best quarterback in the league? No. But the Giants know one thing. They can go to the playoffs with him, and they can win with him. And therefore, you pay him. Ravens, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you are the victim of collusion.
Now,